Like I started off, family, it don't matter what your religion is. It's not about that. We gotta come together no matter what. We gotta help each other no matter what. If we don't, then our whole civilization, all of our people of color, will be destroyed. And that will be the first time in history that it ever happened. As we're about to read in the story of Exodus, it starts talking about how the oppressor had made a plan to destroy all the men initially. But we already know that they got a plan out here to destroy all the men. The story in the book of Exodus is very much like the story of today's time that we're going through today.
This prophet didn't say, well, you got to go get me a certain type of food. He said, I'm not eating nothing in this place because y'all are idolatry.
When you wake up in the morning and it's raining in your heart and you feel like you can't make it before you even start, your world is wrapped in darkness and you cannot see the light, and all your situations don't seem to work out right. What you do? You open up your vision, open up the law, and remember just who you are. You're an Israelite, and you'll always be here. Remember the covenant that's passed down from year to year. See, Moses was a servant with a very special deed. He was sent to old Pharaoh to say, let Yah's people be. Israel was captive of an unrighteous man. Oh, Pharaoh would not hearken to the words of the Most High's plan. He opened up your vision, opened up the law, and remember just who you are. You're an Israelite, and you'll always be here. Remember the covenant that's passed down from year to year. When you wake up in the...
All right, she gave me permission to speak. Shabbat Shalom, family. Shabbat Shalom. Welcome, welcome. Thank you, everybody, for your attendance today. And for those of you who are tuning in late, thank you for tuning in, watching at all. May the Most High be praised. All right, here we go. Another Shabbat day, another Shabbat day, another Shabbat day. We get ready to get it in. So the name of the lesson is, to the prince shall belong the land on both sides. Very interesting topic. You guys might not think so, but it's a very interesting topic. How the Most High views the prince of the people. And when we say prince, we're talking about that Moshiach head, that title head, the one who the Most High is going to give the nations unto, the one who's going to rule the kingdoms in the latter days. You know, the one who's going to be standing in the stead of the Most High for everyone to understand, hear, and listen and walk with and learn his guidance. But, you know, in the lesson that we're about to bring out, all the land belonged to the prince, but the prince is commanded to give the land back to the people. So I don't know if you understand what's being said here, but when you get into that part of the lesson, you'll see where anyone who has a title of nobility, you know, his responsibility is to the people and the safety and security of the people as opposed to himself. So when you got men ruling and they got the nice house, nice car, nice government, they running everything, they got all the wealth, but yet the people that are with them is poor and poverty and really are striving to get out of that condition, then something is going wrong. That wealth is supposed to be shared amongst the people, not housed into one person's pocket. You know, that's not the way the Father has all this designed. Any ruler of the people in any capacity, any nation, has to give the people or individuals of the people an opportunity to shine, to grow, to build. Now, if that person fails at the opportunity that he was given, then he's in that condition or she's in that condition because that's what she chooses to be, then you can't hold the prince accountable for that. But when you got the people coming to the prince saying, lead me, show me the way and guide me, and I'm here and I'm listening, and then the prince don't want to share because he want to house all those blessings from the creator to himself, he out of order. He's not right. Or he'll help you, but he'll help you only if it's going to benefit him and make him a little bit more money in the process. That's wicked. That's not the way it goes. Now, I'm not saying you go to the prince and you got all these business plans. And you say, I want to do this. I want to do this. Now, let me see if I can get a little bit from you so we can do this together. No, that ain't how this go. What I'm saying is for families who are really struggling and scribing to really get to where they want to be in life, and the creator might just have you down on your luck. If you got a spiritual leader, your spiritual leader is supposed to play the role of a father to you in your life. Your spiritual leader is supposed to guide you and give you proper guidance so that you can go back home and raise your family up, not just yourself, but your entire family. But there are a lot of people out here who hold the title prince, who abuse our people, who disrespect our people and hold our people down and don't try to help our people, but yet want our people to help them become more powerful, more mighty, more wealthy, and more great in the sight of the people. And that's wickedness. But that's not the job of a prince or a leader, spiritual leader into that capacity. That's not his job. But you will see that later on in the lesson today. We're going to get into that a whole lot. We're going to get into that a whole lot. So get your notebooks, your pens, your papers, and your pads out. Take some notes, and then your eyes will be opened a little bit, and you can see life completely different than what you see. What was that man's name who was one of the greatest princes of all times? Gaddafi. He was one of the, in my mind, my sight, and Idi Amin, one of the greatest, two of the greatest princes of all times in our lifetime or in our centuries that we know of. If you research those two men, you will see that these men were prolific in the way that they provided for the people. Unbelievable how the people, Gaddafi had it set up where if you was in his community or his country and you had just got married, he set you up so that you got a house, live, an income, just because of the fact that you got married. And when you had a child, I believe it was a year off of work, he would supply the needs. I believe it was a year off of work if you had a baby for every baby that you got. Gaddafi wasn't no joke. The people had free electric. They had all type of things that over here in this country, we don't know nothing about. But the point I'm trying to show you is that Had we not been influenced by the Europeans, and we would have had free reign to do what we do as a people, this culture that we have, this society that we have, will be completely different. Right now, we're in survival mode. We just coming up with all this crazy stuff because we're in survival mode. We're not living to our fullest potential because we're in survival mode. We're just trying to make a couple dollars right now. We don't think about tomorrow, today. You know what I think about? We don't put up and we don't start building for tomorrow, today. We don't think about how to treat our brothers and sisters how we would like to be treated ourselves. We thinking about whatever we can get away from our brothers and sisters to put in our hands for ourselves for today. We're not thinking about the future and the health of our culture, our society, our people. We don't think about that. We only think about me, myself, and mine, my household, my wife, my child. That's all we worried about. But our ancient forefathers never thought like that. Our ancient forefathers thought about the people in a whole. That's why when you look and you hear stories about how King Shlomo used to sit before the people and judge, and they would bring cases and hearings before him, and he would have the opportunity to judge. They called him one of the wisest men in the world. The reason why he had the opportunity to judge is just like a father does for his children. A father, when your two children have a controversy, they have an issue, they have a problem, they go to the father. And the father's supposed to sit down and say, you do this and you do that, and this is my ruling, and that's what you do. And that's what a prince is supposed to do. That's what a leader of the people is supposed to do, set rules and judgments. But the people, on the other hand, are supposed to obey and do with those things, whatever that ruling, that decision, that judgment is. The people are supposed to do that. And if the people did this, then we become respected by the other nations. We're strengthened, we're unified, we're disciplined. We are showing that we're no longer ruled by the hands of the Europeans. But the problem is, when the Europeans took over, they followed their ranks and orders, but they left us in disarray. They taught us to hate the light skin, hate the tall, hate the skinny. They taught us how to, in our minds, find ways to dislike each other so we don't have to listen and unify and get strong and build. And now they don't have to teach us anymore because we run with it. We teach it to ourselves. There's a lot of our parents that teach our children that beauty is everything. You got to look good and you'll get along. And anybody that don't look good, you don't deal with them. You don't associate with them. You don't make your friendship with them. You don't do anything with them. And we got children growing up believing in that way. Therefore, bringing more diversion and separation within our nation. And if you look at a lot of our leaders, wasn't all that fabulous looking at. What I mean by fabulous, I mean, as the women would say, Billy D, look, most of our leaders who were great in our society, who did great, powerful things for our people, there wasn't no light-skinned, blue-eyed, or light-skinned, hazel-eyed, tall, 6'5" guys. They were brown-skinned like me, dark-skinned like me, nappy hair like me, medium range like me. And I don't know if any of them had husky bodies and bigger than me. It was all about like me, except the one who was a little heavy, who was one of the greatest ones that we've ever had. But the whole point that I'm trying to make is ordinary people did this work of raising us up to be mighty people. But we always look beyond what the physical eyes tell us. I mean, we don't look beyond what the physical eyes say. We look at what we imagine in our minds from the ideal of conceptions that we get from our oppressors, how a leader is supposed to look. Not how a leader is supposed to conduct himself, but how a leader is supposed to look. Because if we looked at the Europeans and how a leader is supposed to conduct himself, we'd be in trouble. If we gravitated toward that way of understanding of things, which we do, but that's not how it's supposed to be. with us being a nationalistic people, a natural, bona fide sovereign nation. We're not moving in that capacity. We're moving in the capacity of a slave. We let the hand of the oppressor feed us, lead us, teach us, and guide us. And we shouldn't do that. Gaddafi didn't do that. Gaddafi leaned on his understanding of his ancient forefathers and how they did things through history, and that's how he raised that black nation over there. Idi Amin leaned on the hands of his forefathers, how they raised the nation, and that's how he raised that black nation over there where he was responsible for. And each one of these, it's just two people, but each one of these were termed in the eyes of the oppressors as oppressive rulers, dictators, as if they were evil and wicked. But when we turn around and look at the camera and look back at the people who point in the camera, what position do they stand in your sight today? All our children are dying in the streets, end up missing. We can't find them. Somebody snatched them up. How many of our young black men in the last 30 days have been executed, hung, lynched? Not just the black men, but black women also. In this society, in this culture that we're living in today, with this great leadership that we're following, we got to break away from this unrighteous leadership. We do. We have to begin to find spiritual leaders that reflect the ideal and concepts that the Torah teaches. That's what we have to begin to follow and align ourselves with, because if we don't, we're never going to be able to utilize the Creator's given talents within us as a naturally sovereign people to become creative in how we move with our people. It won't happen, because too many of us will be Europeanized and doing things with the Western mindset. And in reality, the Western mindset only teaches us separation, selfishness, hatred, envy, lust. This is what the European mindset has taught us, and is still teaching us for those of us who have not awakened yet, for those of us who have not come out of their slumber yet. This is the magnificent thing that rules the minds of our people. Greed, hatred, lust, desire, passion, but not passion in the right direction, but passion in the wrong direction. Lustful passion, and we're weak. And we don't understand it, but we're weak as a people. We are extremely weak internally. No, let me clarify that correct. We are the strongest humans that has ever walked this planet. But we are weak because we don't home into our strength and utilize our strength to build us up in righteousness and unify as a people together. Therefore, we're weak. But in actuality, we're not. We're the strongest there's ever been. Our physical composition is the strongest, our mental composition is the strongest, and our spiritual composition is the strongest. That's the total makeup of a man. We are the strongest people that have ever lived on this planet. We're not acting like it. We're not utilizing it. And most of this, for those of us who have not wakened up yet, awoken, is because we allow the tricks of the adversary, the rules of the adversary, the government of the adversary, the expectancy of the adversary to rule us. And when we do that, if another brother helps another sister, help his sister, not biological sister, but another sister in Israel, she can't pay no bills, so he pays her bills. 6 months, he's taking care of her. Don't touch her, don't marry her, don't do anything to her. Make sure her kids is straight. Make sure her kids is cool. Make sure she eat every day. If a brother, one of us did that, the first thing we think in our minds is gotta be a plan. He got to have some ulterior motive. It gotta be something he's trying to do with her. Why? Why can't it be out of genuine love? The reason why you can't see it that way is because you have gotten so far removed from the way that your forefathers moved. That's how our forefathers used to do it. There was no poor and needy in our communities because we would get together and take care of them according to what the Torah says. That's how we would do it. But because our minds have been infiltrated, hijacked even, we don't know what pure love looked like. We don't know what real love looks like, sincere love looks like. No, it's always, he got to have an agenda. What's your plan, man? Why you keep feeding me every day? And the female who's on the receiving end and receiving all this, the first thing she thinks is she got to go give her body to this man because he's helping her out. This must be how I repay him. No, it's not. It's not what we're looking for. That's not what this is about. This is about you having an opportunity to live life. You don't have a husband, you're single, you live here in this community. We got to make sure you straight. You want to do something for me? Do something for the people. Take care of the community. Help feed some people, help house some people, clothe some people. Go out in the garden, plant some food, do some cleaning, do whatever you can do to make this community stronger, better, and more beautiful. And teach your children. You got another brother who down on his luck. He ain't got no money. He got 2 children. He got a wife and 2 children. He can't make ends meet. He keep losing a job every time he get a job. Insurance due, his mortgage due, car payment due. And the brother comes over to him, Prince, like it's supposed to be. The brother or his spiritual leader comes over to him and say, here, bro, here go 15,000. See me when you get it back. You go get a job, just start making me payments and give me back my money. He go get a job. First thing, before he even get the job, he looked back at the money. He said, well, oh, bro, I can't take this. What do you mean? And any man in his right mind would say this initially. Yo, I can't take this. Why would I? No. What's needed for me to repay, and how do I repay? And it's just too much. I can't do this right now. So the spiritual leader convinces him, yo, bro, you need this. Make this happen. Take care of your family. Go do what you got to do. So he takes the money. He accepts the money. He go pay some bills. His family is rolling for a minute, but then he gets laxed. He gets lazy because he's not used to having that kind of money all at one time. And he thinks that money is going to last forever. He forgets that he's so far behind the 8 ball, 13,000 of that money left the same day as soon as he got it. He got $2,000 to live off of, which will last him 1 month. The next month comes around, he's in the worse position than he was before he got the 15,000. You know why? Because his mind wasn't right. And 90% of our people out here in the world today, our minds are not right. If we get our hands on something large, a substantial amount of something to help us, we'll be back in that position in less than a year. If we get our hands on somebody that's going to show us pure love, it's always in our minds, it's always got to be a motive behind it. He's trying to do this, he's trying to do that. No, the brother really wants to see you come up. He really wants to see you demonstrate pure love to your brothers and sisters. He want to really see you take care of yourself and stand up as a man. That's what he wants to see. That's what he wants to hear. That's what he wants to know. But because we have been so westernized, the oppressor doesn't have to stand in the picture no more and tear us down. We do it to ourselves, even with the ones who are trying to help us. But if we had been left alone from the beginning and never had been molested in this mental capacity, we will be a great people, a dynamite people, a powerful people. We would be. But too many of us have learned to lean on the customs of these people, and it destroys us. It holds us back. It doesn't allow us to motivate and elevate. We're in competition with each other. She looked better than me, and I'm looking better than her, and she got more money than me, and I got more money than him, and all this type of stuff is all foolishness to keep us depressed, to keep us separated, and to keep us under. I tell you what, how about we do this? Each one of us just put up $1,000. Each one of us put up $1,000 in a pot. For 1 year, we just each save $1,000. If we could do it a month. One month, we got 2,100 people here. For 1 month, we each put $1,000 in this pot. Temple Keep Irene got an account that we can all use. Put that, each one of us put that $1,000 in that pot. And at the end of the year, we'll take that money and give it to some type of business to make money for all of us. How many of you are down with that? The first thing that's got to be Temple Keep Irene's pot. This must be a scam. They must going to take the money and run. He's trying to flim-flam us. This is the mindset that we have. And that's why we don't get anywhere. That's why we don't grow. This is why we don't build. I'm so thankful for the people who donate to our school, to our community. I am so grateful. You guys just don't know how much we appreciate for what you do for this school, for this community, and for our people. I don't know if you know how much you do. You are allowing children to have a free education. You are allowing us to be able to put an irrigation system down here on our land. You are paying, you are helping, you are contributing. Now, it costs a lot more than what you're doing, but the fact is you are contributing to the future success of a people. That is powerful. And you don't ask any questions about where the money going. I want to know what you're doing with this. Those are the people that's on the verge of having their minds unlocked and the possibilities of life great in their lives because they do, and don't have any expectations of what we're doing with it. And that's a beautiful thing. I got videos I would like to share to show exactly what we're doing here. We can get some of the parents to write some letters to show you exactly what's taking place with the school and how they ain't paid in a whole year, but their child was allowed to go to school for that whole year. They didn't come out their pockets and give anything, but it's the donations that these brothers and sisters have been given that has been allowing us to be able to maintain, because that child didn't do anything. It's the parents who's not fulfilling their position of what their commitment were to allow that child to stay in the school. But those people who have been giving up an offering of their hard sweat and tears, the monies that they've been offering up and sending in, some people got it on direct deposit where it comes straight out their account and it goes straight to the temple's account. It might be $20, it might be $10, it might be $5, but it counts and it helps and it works. You ain't got to give $20 million. Well, we would accept that. Yes, we will. But you don't have to give that. $5 helps. And I'm not making this a solicit thing. I'm trying to get your mind to be in the right direction so that you will learn that the only way we're going to have anything is if we do it for ourselves, because ain't nobody else going to do it for us. Nobody else is going to do it for us. But the mindset of our ancient forefathers, they understood that. And had we been left alone by the Europeans, we wouldn't be having that problem. We wouldn't be having this difficulty. We wouldn't be having these hardships today, because we would understand already. We see something happening. We know that it takes money to make it happen. We would already be on board. Here, Prince, here, psh, bang, psh, there you go, there you go. You're not going to make me wealthy. You're not going to make me rich. You're not going to make me anything, because what you do goes to the community, goes to the school. And I refuse to share and steal from community funds. I don't do that. That's not who I am. So when I said to you, we could all put together and put $1,000 a month in the pot, everybody, and the first person that thought about it, man, this guy trying to scam us. This guy trying to come up with some way to get over on us. That shows you where your mindset is. That shows you the type of thinking that you have. How bad and oppressed you really are. How severe the damage has been upon you. How severe it is that you can't even trust the same people that you come in fellowship with every week to give you spiritual knowledge. You can't trust them with your money. So why are you here? That person is untrustworthy. You shouldn't trust people like that with your spiritual development if you can't trust them with your physical development. Think about it, family. We got a lot of work to do. A lot of work to do. But we already doing it. We getting it done. We only ask that y'all all become and be a part of it. You know, be a part of it. That's all. And if you don't want to be a part, that's cool. You stay in the background. That's between you and the Creator. That's all right too. But believe me, we're not hard to reach. We're not far to go to get to wherever you want to be a part of what we're doing. In any type of association, we are here. As long as the Most High allows us to be here, we're going to be here. We're going to keep doing what we're doing, you know. We're going to keep building, keep growing, keep excelling, keep accelerating, and keep doing the best version of ourselves that we can do. Because that's who we are. We're serious about this way of life. We're not allowing, because we grew up in America, because the Europeans ruled over us for so long. We're not allowing that mindset to get in our way. I have always been a defiant, always, against people and things that are unrighteous. I've always been that way. I remember years ago on my job, they tried to get us to go out in the yard for, you probably wouldn't understand this, but they tried to get us to go out in the yard for, in the cold. It was freezing cold on my job. It was freezing cold. They wanted us to go out in the yard for 30 minutes. So me and a couple other people that I was with said, no, we ain't gonna do that. We ain't gonna do that. Administration came to us. Everybody left except me and a female. And we got reprimanded for it. We got in trouble for it. But we kept our word that when we said we were going to do something, we weren't going to do it. We didn't do it. I remember when the shot system came out and everybody wanted you to get the shots. And I said, nah, we ain't doing that. And a couple of people with me said, we ain't doing that. And guess what? We didn't do it. We stuck to our word to bulk against the system. And y'all don't understand where I'm coming from, for those of you who may not, but this is what I'm trying to really say to you. As long as we keep doing things according to how they want and how they regulate for things to be done, then we're going to keep them empowered over us. We're going to stay oppressed. Our people are going to be starving. Our people are going to be missing. Our people are going to be getting shot down in the streets. And all this oppressive behavior is going to be done to us. It's just going to keep happening until we come together in a righteous stance with a righteous mind and do this thing according to the way of our forefathers and the Torah, not according to the way that we have been raised in this Western society. Because this Western society got us exactly by doing the ways of this Western society, has us exactly in the situation we're in today. How many of you personally know somebody whose child has been abducted, whose child has been raped, whose child has been murdered, whose child has been just totally mentally destroyed, bullied, beat up, and, put out and disrespected in the worst ways by this system and the mindset of the people who live in this system? And I don't think there's any of us who wouldn't have our hands up, from the school system to the playgrounds to the just living every day out in the streets. We're in hell and don't realize we're in hell. And we're in hell because we allow hell to rule over us. We have to resort back to the mind frame that the Creator gave us, put righteous people in charge of us to rule over us, and follow the leadership that we have. The Creator put the princes in the charge of the people for a reason. And as we read today, we're going to find out some of those reasons. But the Creator put those people in charge for a reason. We have to debunk this westernized system mindset. Now, I'm not saying get guns and go kill anybody or hate anybody. That's not what you're getting from Prince. What you're getting from Prince today is for you to return back to the ancient path, the path of the Torah, the path of your forefathers who live and consolidated together to work in righteousness. If what's his name? What's the Malcolm X? If a Malcolm X was alive today in our society trying to raise us up, we would kill him. We would kill him. We wouldn't trust him. We'd knock him down. We'll talk about him. We'll badmouth him. We would hurt him and harm him, getting in the way. And I'm talking about a real Malcolm X without any shortcomings. Malcolm X, in my opinion, was a serious man. He taught a different way of life, but he was serious about what he said because he was serious about black people. If we had one of those alive today to stand up and speak on behalf of our people, black people will be the ones to turn against them, just like they did then, because they have taught us and programmed us to hate ourselves and not trust ourselves. And that's why when I brought up that program about $1,000 a month, the first thing this is a scam. He's trying to get over. He's trying to take advantage of us, because you don't trust your people. And because so many people have done it because their minds were sick. They were sick. They were Europeanized. They were westernized. And that's a shame. And you have been scammed so many times by wicked people. And it's sad. It's sad. It really is. But we got to do better, family. We got to start taking a chance and trusting somebody somewhere to get something done. So let's go. Let's move forward. You know, that's my little spiel for the day. The only way things are going to change for us is if we change them ourselves. Other than that, our children are going to keep dying in the street. It ain't just our children. It's a lot of adults too. They're just going to keep dying in the streets. They're going to keep getting hung up on trees. They're going to keep, because black people don't do nothing. What we do, we march. We make some noise. What do we really do about all the oppression that's falling down upon us today? What do? We said we was going to stop going to the Asians naileries and shut them down for a while after the young boy got killed by the Asian, and the Asian didn't go to jail. He got freed. We said we were going to stop going to the naileries, getting our nails done, going to the hair store, buying our hair from them, but that hasn't stopped either. It stopped for a minute, a moment, but what are we doing? We're right back to it again. I watched a documentary about Kevin Hart, his roast. I seen a little bit of the roast. I turned it off. And then I saw and heard the brother, what's that brother's name? Who? Dr. Umar from Philadelphia, one of my natives. He got on, he talked about how they talked about Kevin Hart and roasted him, and then Cheryl Underwood and all the other black people, and how they were so disrespectful to us. Not that he just talked about it, but he actually showed the clippings of it actually taking place, and how he was so disgusted with Netflix. And this has been about 2 months ago. Well, I had my wife close our Netflix account, and I stayed on Netflix. Every night I will watch a Netflix movie. When I'm taking them long rides, my Netflix was on. But guess what? My Netflix is off. We closed the account down. They keep sending me invitations to come back and do it. I don't pay them no mind. Shut it down. And it's been that way now for 2 months.
You know, my sister's here.
Now, come up, sir, turn your mic on and come up so they can hear you. But we got to be serious about these things that we say we're about. Maisha wants to say something.
Yeah, I was going to say, my sister said that, because I talked to her about the whole Kevin Hart roast, and she said that every roast, this is what's normal. Before they actually record it and do everything, all the comedians have to send you the questions and the roast. Like they send it to them for approval. And Kevin Hart knew all that stuff was going to be said and approved it.
Kevin Hart knew.
Yeah.
But the people that was receiving the victims, like,
yeah, I know,
but Kevin Hart is of a different mindset. Yeah, he's of a different mindset. His mind's somewhere else. He worried about that money. He westernized just like everybody else, like I was saying. He westernized. You know, that's a thing for him. The more wealth, the better for him. I mean, anytime a man put on a skirt and walk around as a woman, what'd that tell you about Kevin Hart? He's a part of that system. So the whole point I'm trying to make, family, is that if we want anything to change, we got to change it. If we want something to happen, we got to do it for ourselves. And we got to start somewhere. Netflix hasn't jumped back up on my screen in a minute. And I don't know when it's going to ever come back up, if it comes back up. And I'm one of them people, like I said, I always buck against the system. Netflix, the stock for Netflix was a lot of money. I bet you that stock is plummeting now. I promise you. Not just because of me, because I know there's a lot of other people like me that's going against it, that's fighting against these types of things. We don't play that. When you get your mind made up to be serious about a matter, then be serious about it and stand strong with it, and don't give in to temptation. Just like with this Torah. If you're serious about this way of life, this Torah should reign supreme to you in this life. What I mean by that? You got to watch it, because what will happen with this Torah, you'll know what the Most High says in the law, but when your desires creep in, oh, I want to do this, I want to do that, you will disregard the Torah to do what your passions and your desires say for you to do. Like a lot of us know that we shouldn't work on the Shabbat. But because we say, oh, I need that money, I got to go to work on the Shabbat, so, my boss, the Creator just going to have to understand or be merciful. Or I just keep praying to the Creator to get me out of this situation, but he don't get me out of it, and I just got to keep working until the Most High relieve me of it. No, that's an excuse that you're making. And if you're not careful, the Most High will cause that thing that you desire more to him to have complete control over you. And then he'll take it all away from you and leave you stranded. It's not good. There's nothing should be more important to you than keeping the laws of the Creator. Even if it's only a certain time, we only get this once in a lifetime situation. Nothing should take you away from keeping the laws of this King. For example, my family here, my wife's family, had a family reunion yesterday, a little dinner part of it. They had this whole weekend, they out doing their thing, family reunion. And the dinner was last night. Well, we left early from the dinner because we had to keep the Shabbat. We knew that the Shabbat was coming. So we left a little early so we can get back, but a lot of the family members stayed behind. A lot of the family members stayed at the event and did what they did, but yet these are the same people supposed to keep Torah. Now, how do you say they grown? What can we do? Nothing we can do. We got to let them do what they do. Some of them feel like nothing's wrong with that. As long as I ain't spending no money, I ain't shopping. But in my house, we don't play that. We don't feel that way. We're serious about this way of life. And I don't expect everybody to be serious about this way of life. But I would pray that we don't play and challenge the Most High in this way of life. We got to be for real, because the King is watching. You know, the more you give to him, the more he gives back in return. The more dedication and commitment you make to him, the more sincerity and commitment and protection he puts upon you in your life. So we got to be serious with this, family. When you commit yourself to something, go all out with it. Go out till it can't go out no further. And that's including the laws of the Creator. That's including how people govern you and rule over you, and the people who do govern you and rule over you. Stand behind your rulership. Completely stand behind your rulership. The leader is only strong as the people make the leader to be. And that I know for a fact. The spiritual leader is only strong as the people allows for the spiritual leader to be. If the spiritual leader give you a ruling and say, well, you stay in the house 6 days and don't go out, and you decide within your own mind that I'm not staying in the house, then you do what you do. What are you going to do if he find out you went out? So it's only going to be, your spiritual leader is only going to be as strong as you allow him to be, and as much trust as you put in him in the decisions that he helps to make for you in your life. It's a whole lot of things, and the same thing with a marriage, you know, and the same thing with the government. But when the government is involved, we do what the government say. They say go out and get that shot, and 60 million of us ran and got those shots. So let's keep it going, y'all. We just getting started, but we got to return back to righteousness. We got to get our minds cleaned up. We got to get our minds opened up. You know, we got to, you know, too many of us, we sacrifice, but we don't sacrifice our minds. We cleanse, but we don't cleanse our minds. We fast, but we don't fast our minds. Not enough of us are doing that. And the only way that you're going to thoroughly walk before this King, the Creator, Yotzei Zivaot, the only way you're going to thoroughly walk before him is to clean your mind first. You can do all the fasting you want to purify your body, but if you ain't fasting with the right things to purify your mind, then you're making a mistake and you're just wasting time. Our minds control everything, the way we think, the way we feel, the way we move, the way we do. Our minds control all of that. And if we don't have a purified mind, then we're going to have a problem. We're going to have a problem. So we have to purify the way we think first before we do anything else. May the Most High be praised. Shabbat Shalom to everyone who are here in the room. And my brother Kezu, please forgive me for not reaching out to you the other night as I said I would. I've been so busy and so swamped, believe me. I've been falling asleep and all types of things been happening because I've been working so hard from sun up to sundown in most cases. But I've been getting a lot achieved and a lot accomplished. So please forgive me. And Creator willing, after Shabbat, if I don't forget this time around, I'll reach out to you again, bro. May the Most High be praised. Toda Rabbah. But Shabbat Shalom to everyone who is here. May the Most High be with you. May the Most High bless you and strengthen you. And thank you for your attendance, for being here with us on this day. May the Most High be praised. Shabbat Shalom. Look him. All right. So Iman, let's move forward. You got the floor, Iman. Let's do what you do.
Shalom, everyone. Shabbat shalom, boker tov. Praying that everyone had a blessed week. We are definitely going into our thank yous today. So before we go into our thank yous, I always like to play just a song of praise to show the Creator how thankful we are. So we're going to go into a second, please.
Blessed be the day of the Shabbat. Blessed be the joy that it brings. Blessed be the God of our fathers, who gives us everything. Blessed be the joy and the worship, the things that enlighten our lives. Blessed be the God of our fathers, for He is the Most High, and Yahuwah is His name. Blessed be the day of the Shabbat. Blessed be the joy that it brings. Blessed be the God of our fathers, who gives us everything. Blessed be the joy and the worship, the things that enlighten our lives. Blessed be the God of our fathers, for He is the Most High, and Yahuwah is His name. And Yahuwah is His name. And Yahuwah is His name. Blessed be the day of the Shabbat. Blessed be the joy that it brings. Blessed be the God of our fathers, who gives us everything. Blessed be the joy and the worship, the things that enlighten our lives. Blessed be the God of our fathers, for He is the Most High, and Yahuwah is His name. And Yahuwah is His name. And Yahuwah is His name.
All right, blessed be the day of the Shabbat, and blessed be the joy that it brings. To the Most High, to the Most High for that. We are going to go ahead and get started. Trying to just get my list together because I start a certain way and it's a little discombobulated. Abba, can I just... you start stuff and it's mixed up in my stuff. I'll get it. I'll figure it out. Okay. All right. So we're going to begin with our gratefuls. What are we thankful for? So please, yes, let's post our thank yous. Let's get it started. We're going to begin. Malcolm Higdalia, as always, comes in posting, and thankful for her coming in with her thank yous. We're going to start with, she said, I am thankful to the Most High for the ability to curtail my feelings in order to get a clearer picture. This society makes people believe every feeling matters. no matter how unreasonable the feeling is. That is yet another snare to our growth. She also says, I am thankful to the Most High for allowing me to still have a good relationship with my siblings. They too were very patient with me growing up, almost like my other mummies. Aw, all praises. Malka Dali also says, I'm thankful to the Most High for allowing me to learn some Hebrew, despite being linguistically challenged, in my opinion. That's more proof of how much He is with us. He gave us a Torah in every language and then opened our eyes to our native languages. Hallelujah. Malka Dahlia also says, I'm thankful to the Most High for Facebook memories. I enjoyed seeing where I was and what I was thinking about 15 and 16 years ago. I'm thankful that my fervor for the truth has not diminished, but has for sure become more refined and less abrasive. Hallelujah. She also says, I'm thankful to the Most High for the ability to constantly grow without losing the things and characteristics that were good already. Hallelujah. She also said, I am thankful to the Most High for allowing me to get on the Dean's list for the 3rd semester in a row. Yay, Most High, so great, awesome. Toda Rabah. She said, the Most High giving me strength, understanding, and even the right words to write or the right answers on tests. Hallelujah. Hallelujah. Congratulations, sis. She also says, I'm thankful to the Most High for the opportunity to utilize foresight. Hallelujah. Malka Dali also says, I'm thankful to the Most High for being able to see implicit things in the law that aid me in my understanding of proper conduct in a righteous way. Hallelujah. Malka Higdalia also says, sorry, I don't know why it's not showing. I don't know if it's me. All right. This thing is acting slow today. Malka Higdalia also says, I'm to the Most High for making our minds so powerful that on an earthly level, we are able to create conditions through our thoughts. Hallelujah. His design of us is so perfect. Cain, absolutely it is. Malka Higdalia also says, I am thankful to the Most High for Goshen Hebrew Academy at Temple Kifarim. The administrators and staff are working diligently through the break to ensure they're able to provide educational excellence to our Yeladim, Toda Yehovah. Toda Yehovah. She also says, I am thankful to the Most High for allowing me the strength to put Him before anyone, even my children. Hallelujah. She also says, I am thankful to the Most High for the wonderful chemical reactions we get by eating. She says, He did not have to make living and doing everyday things such awesome experiences. Cain. And then she says, okay, Asimya Rashon is thankful to the Most High to have an air conditioner. I know that's right. This hot weather out here. And then she also says, Asimya Rashon is thankful to the Most High for his Abba and Ima. Hallelujah. All right. Our next thanks comes from Morey Kezu, and he says, I give thanks for a lot more. I just don't have a lot of battery right now. Okay. Give thanks for the battery you have. But he said, I'm grateful for seemingly good health and the ability to move through aches and pains. Hallelujah. He also says, I am thankful for life and life of his beloved. Hallelujah. He also says, Shabbat Shalom, Nicole. Glad to have signed on when I did. Oh, he said, I'll be canceling my subscription. Akare Shabbat. Speaking on Netflix. Make sure I get to, okay. Aim Sukari says, I'm grateful for guidance, spiritual support here among the righteous fellowship. Hallelujah. My sister, More Autumn says, I'm thankful to our Most High, Creator for all good and evil, to whom everything bows, for his love, mercy, and protection that he allows us to embrace each day. I'm thankful for the protection he puts on his daughters, giving us a voice in scripture in a world that tries to diminish and minimize women at each turn. Hallelujah. She also says, I'm grateful to have the ability to nurture and create life in my body. Peak physical form for a woman, if you ask me. Hallelujah. And just making sure I'm not missing any thank yous. All right. And she also says, I'm thankful to the Most High for my each sister wife, parents who are wonderful grandparents, and my closest friends who are still a part of my life so many years later. Hallelujah. All right. Carlin says, I'm thankful for the Most High, Yahuwah, for everything for in his life right now. Hallelujah. And Brother Asa says, I'm thankful for health. Doctor doesn't know me. Hallelujah. All right. I believe that's all the thank yous that have come over. Please, if I missed your thank you, please just post it. For some reason, this chat was kicking me out and doing something else. So, but for the most part, I believe I read everybody's thank you. And then I do see you all's laws, so we will read that at that time. But giving thanks and praise to the Creator for life, for the ability to breathe, to see, to walk, to touch, to feel, all those things that he has given to us, those privileges, those blessings that some have had and woke up this morning without. Some woke up with, not woke up, but some did not wake up this rising. So giving thanks to the Most High for that, for life in itself. Giving thanks to the Most High for my Horim, my just the legacy that they left, the memory that they left behind. Give thanks for them. I got a call yesterday which brought me to tears because it was about my father, and someone called me to ask because it wasn't someone, but the OGs, I would say, from the Black Panther Party, they still do work amongst themselves and help out the families of those who are still living and those that are lost. So they called me the other day, yesterday, one of the mothers, whom I call my aunt, called me to ask about my father's gravesite because they all went. There was an event over the weekend in Atlanta, and they all went as a comrade, as comrades together to go visit their different comrades' grave sites at this one particular cemetery where a lot of them are buried. And they noticed that my father did not have a headstone. And so she called me and was like, what can we do? We want to help. We want to, honor him. And I was just telling her, like, really, it's just been probably more on me that we haven't gotten it as a family because it's just an emotional thing more than anything. However, she was like, well, regardless of that, we want to step in and we want to, to do this for him because he did so much for us. And we don't want you all to have to worry about it. And so, of course, we're talking and I shed some tears and just, thinking about that process. And, she texted me and was like, I'm sorry if I caused you grief. And I was like, oh no, all is well. This is just a part of life. And then, what really touched me more was, she texted me again and said, as you lose your blood family, know that as long as we're here, the Black Panther family is always going to be your family as well. And so, I'm grateful because my parents didn't have to be who they were to leave so many people, or not leave, but to have so many people that they touched in their lives that they still want to be able to help their children, still want to be able to honor them. And I feel like every week someone is calling me to say something honorable about my father or my mother. And, one thing she said was, your Abu, which means father in Arabic, was a significant part of my life. She said for the last few years, I could call on him for anything and he would show up and be there. And, and that really touched me. That even in their elder age as comrades, because they were Panthers in the streets handling business for over 50 years. This year is the 60th anniversary. So, I'm just grateful. I'm really humbled in this age of my life and this time in my life to see how impactful they really were to others. And I'm not just saying like what people see in the streets, but to one another as a unification of a movement. And that's really beautiful to see that that connection in real time. And so I'm grateful for my Hareem, for their legacy, for their memory, for their sacrifices, for everything that they did for the people. I'm grateful to the Creator for them. I'm also grateful to the Creator for Maish, for his sacrifices, his love, his commitment to the people, his dedication to the Most High, to be a servant unto him and to his people. That's a real heavy dedication. Even when, it seems unpleasantry because of the things that how people are, whatever, you still uphold it. And that's an honorable thing to be able to do. It's humbling in so many ways to be a servant to the Creator. So I'm grateful that the Most High has allowed me to be in this, on this journey with him and learning different ways to, become more humble in this position of leadership when life can give you things that frustrate you. So grateful for that experience, for that leadership, and for that husbandry. Also super grateful to the Creator for just everything that he has given me with family, with all of our children, my sister wife, my sisters, my brothers, my aunts and uncles. As each said, we have a family reunion here this weekend. And I'm excited, to be able to host my family tomorrow, cooking them breakfast and giving them a tour of the land, and just, giving them the experience of what we have been living for the last 8 to 9 years. And just giving them also an experience of what we were raised on, living on the land. Many of us have lived on land at different times. And so one of the things that my grandfather, whom is from this area, he always spoke about freeing the land, buying land of your own. And once you buy that land, you're freeing the land. And you're uplifting so many things that have taken place on that land, but we're reclaiming our land. And so to have my family come and be on freed land, 110 acres of land that, belongs to us, it's going to be great to have them here and just, witness it in real time. A lot of times we don't get to experience what our ancestors experienced in any type of way. Whenever you step on a land that was a former plantation, you're experiencing the different things that have happened on that land, whether you know it or not. Spiritually, it's present. You have walked on sacred ground in so many ways of, land where your ancestors or ancestors of others, though, regardless, fought, were enslaved, picked cotton, were beaten, were, the R word, were so many things, were rebellious, were freed, ran, all type of things happened to our people. And so when you step on those lands, the first thing to do is to pray, to ask the Creator to protect you, to ask the Creator for whatever forgiveness, for ask the Creator, just to guide you through that process, because it is a spiritual journey walking there. You don't know what may come of you with all those spirits, and what things happen that you'll never know. So many things happen on these lands that we don't know. We can only imagine what happened. But to be able to reclaim it and to buy it back, and then to dedicate it to the Creator, to pray over it and ask the Most High to cleanse it from the evilness that has taken place, is very important. And yeah, so I'm excited for my family to come and experience this. I'm thankful to the Creator that we are now going into our 6 weeks of camp, our final week of summer camp. And this last week, we just did Friday, we did a talent show. And it was really beautiful to see all the community and families come out to support their children. We actually really did a really great talent show. It was about an hour and 20 minutes. And what was more exciting was just seeing even the children in summer camp come working together. Like all summer, we're like, oh, let's do this, do this. And then as soon as we said this talent show, the children were excited. I mean, we had children. We had one of the young daughters sing. Then we had a couple of magic tricks happen that, they were magic, but, quote unquote. I know a lot of Israelites hear the word magic and they run, but it is historically in the Torah, so we just need to study it. But it happens. And then we had some dance routines that the children did to Michael Jackson, and some other dancing, other musicians, I can't think of them. We had we gave out some certificates because we have like elders who help us every day. We call them the grandmothers. And so we gave them all certificates because without them, camp could not be. They literally, once lunch is over or breakfast, they wipe down the tables, they sweep and mop all the floors, they go clean the bathrooms for us so that we can continue with the program for the children. Like they step in, they go on field trips with us to assist with the little ones or even the bigger ones. And so we were able to honor the elders, the grandparents, and that was really beautiful to see. They were all in shock, like, what? And, so I'm glad we were able to give them their flowers in front of the whole community. I think that's so important that when you honor people, it's honored in a way that the village understands how important it is that we need one another. And we truly need one another. And then what a special, another blessing for me was my daughter came back from her summer college program. And I was like, you want to come to the summer camp with me? And she was like, oh, I don't know. The first day back, she came with me and fell in love with the program. And she only missed, I think, one day she didn't come because she was a little tired. But every day she came, and she didn't just come and sit there. She came and put in work to the point they were like, oh, Vicky, you have to come next year and come be a counselor here. And she actually emceed the talent show, and she emceed it with two of the smaller youth and walked them through the whole process of how to MC. And so it was really beautiful just to see her come in and do that. And she was like, I really liked it. I do want to come back. I like the children. I like this program. Y'all are really doing great. And she's only, there's teenagers there too. So she's 17. So it's like, a weird space, but she showed her leadership, and I'm proud of her doing that. I'm also thankful. Oh man, the summer youth program, it was about 100 youth in all, like over the whole summer. And that was definitely an experience to have 100 youth almost 4 weeks straight. It dwindled down, and has dwindled down. However, those children, like one day I had all the children write what was, how was summer camp. And y'all could read some of the stuff they wrote. I mean, we were in there laughing, we were crying, we was just happy for their experience. One little boy said, I love going to the library. And he spelled it Liebberry. And we laughed, but what we loved about it was, it wasn't that we weren't even laughing that he misspelled it. We were laughing that he phonetically said, this is how it's spelled, and I'm gonna spell it like that. He spelled it how he hears it. And it was the fact that that's what he wanted to write about, his experience at the library. And, some of the other comments, like, it was just like making new friends, being able to just have fun, learning how to do STEM work. And, of course, they was like, I don't like to do a lot of work, but it was really fun. The counselors were nice and taught us many things. So it was just really good to hear that feedback from the children, because that's what it's all about. We can have our own perspective of how we're teaching our children, but if we don't hear from them what the experience is, then we won't even know if it's working, right? We may know if their behavior changes, but honestly, getting their words, hearing them talk about it is so important. And so the plan is to make sure, I give everybody their letters back so their parents can see it. And then to move forward. And then something else happened with the elders. One day, our director was out, my homegirl Marcy. She had to step out. She had a meeting all day. And the other sister that works with us directly, she had to step out. So it's just me there running the program and, with the other counselors. And so they was like, the grandmothers, I'm over at the table doing something. And they all stopped and was like, Princess, will you work with Miss Marcy this year with the teen club? And I was like, what do y'all mean? They was like, we want you to come work with her. You're so good with the youth out here. And I was like, okay. And then one of them was like, I know you run your own school, but you could do it after school for 4 hours. And you don't have to do every day. They sitting there like really coming at me like, you could do this. And I thought it was so funny. And I was like, I definitely talked to my husband. I'll think about it. And then that evening or the next day, I'm talking to Marcy and Tika, my other worker and coworker, and they're both like, oh yeah, we was gonna ask you if you would want to. I said, so did y'all ask the grandparents? They was like, no. So of course, I look at things as messages from the creator. It's not final. So it's definitely a discussion. I definitely did enjoy it. I just gotta, make sure I have time along with the school, and being dedicated to changing children's lives is a very sensitive space to be in, because you have to make sure you have enough time to do it. You don't want to say, I'm going to do something, and then you don't stand on your word or give the children what they need because you're not fully into it. So I'm definitely going to pray on it and talk to Maisha about it. I'm super grateful for it all. The community, the school, as Malcolm Dali said, seeing the teachers come back in, us working on making sure we have the best years to come for our students. We are going in our 6th year, and the Most High definitely, is blessing us. We're thankful for all the donators, the sponsors, those who are committed to our school and don't even, like he said, ask questions. They just see the work being done, and they're like, we want to help. We want to do something. And so financially, the financial commitment has definitely been a blessing. And so I'm just super thankful for the Shabbat, for life, for it all. And I just pray that the Most High continues to be with us. Exactly. So.
Hey, tell her about, she's not finished yet. She got some more she want to say. What did you say, Emma? You sure? You done? Okay. All right. I don't think she's done yet, but okay. So I'd like to thank the Most High for health, portions of his wisdom, knowledge, and understanding. I'd like to thank the Most High for all of you, for without all of you, there would be no us. There would be no reason for us to be here. So we're grateful in those terms. Very grateful. I had something I wanted to say, and it just slipped my mind. One of the things that I was grateful for, that I wanted to bring to the attention of the family, and it just slipped my mind. But anyway, let me get to some of the other things that I'm grateful for. If it comes back, the Most High brings it back, then I'll let you know that it came back. But I'm grateful for the improvements that the Most High, the Creator it works in strange ways. Most of the time, the Most High doesn't work in the way that we imagine and we see the Most High working. He got his own mind and his own ways, and his ways, it'd be like amazing, but I mean, it'd be completely surprising to you how he do what he do, but you can see why he did what he did and the way he did it, in the end of it. So we had some brothers who were supposed to do some work here on the land. They was running the water up for our school building and running the electric up for our school building. So that was been 4 weeks ago, almost a month, last month, when I left. So when I left, the agreement was that they would be back that Monday and that they would start to work. And they've been putting it off and putting it off and putting it off. I guess they've been busy doing other jobs. So when I get back, I finally reach out to the guy. The very next day, he came on the land and did his portion. Ran the water up from the main street all the way up to the school building. And then we got to go across the lot to the school building to tie it in. And I'm grateful. But when I first came back, he dug the holes and put the electric wire under the ground so we can put the electric wire, so we can have electric and water to supply for the building of the school. I'm grateful, very grateful. But the Most High just has a strange way of doing what he do, because we started off this project at one time and in one way, and then he ended up reversing it, doing it a different way in how he saw fit for it to be done, and everything worked out great. Had I not been here, originally, I wasn't supposed to be here when they was doing the work. Things would have not gotten done the way that they got done, because I was here and I was able to say this and that, don't do this and don't do that and do this way, to let them know exactly what was prepared for our future, because we have gates going up. And had they not put the gates, the water in the right location, it would have interfered with the gates and we would have punctured a hole and all type of things. So I'm just grateful that the Most High does the things that he does, the way that he does them, and on his time and not our time. You know, it's a good thing. And I'm very, very grateful and appreciative in this. Well, anyway, so let's move on. Ima, what do you have for us? You have a presentation today that you'd like to discuss with the family about current events, modern events, upcoming situations? All right. I'm going on mute. May the Most High bless your tongue. Shalom.
My apologies, I was on mute. I'm gonna go and play this music while he gets the video together.
Morning after morning, I wake up to see you all around, and knowing that you watch my every step. I wanna go and take 1,000. I tell them I need more better. Got the Most High on my side, I can't lose. In the end, I know it's not my fight. The way it turns out, he'll choose.
I've been blessed, yes.
Alright, it's true.
My blessing comes in the form of you.
No, it gets kind of hard to keep my pride. Living in these streets, hearing the laughs and small words as I walk by in my skirts. I fear losing all of my pride and going astray from the Most High. Then I remember who I'm walking for, and as it opens up my eyes, I know.
Blessing comes in the form of you.
Don't you know? No good, no wish, yeah. Oh, it's another morning that I get to wake up and keep your name on top of being non-stop, 'cause you are the Most High. You take precedence in my life. I love you, not ashamed to tell the world again. I've been blessed, yes, it's true. My can satisfy or complete my life the way you do. I've been blessed. My blessing comes in the form of you.
Yeah, go ahead.
Angry that people have to suffer with cancer because it's so preventable. There was a study recently that looked at removing certain ingredients from beauty and personal care products. So women without any history of breast cancer were asked to remove these ingredients from their products for 28 days. They took cells from the breast tissue. They were all normal. They measured the amount of breast cancer gene expression. After 28 days, they took another sample and they saw that the breast cancer gene expression dropped. And the only thing that they were asked to change about their lifestyle was to remove these ingredients from their beauty and personal care products.
And which products were they told to remove, and what ingredients were those?
It was skincare, deodorant, shampoo, and the ingredients were phthalates, which can often be found in fragrance or parfum, can contain a huge number of chemicals. It's hidden behind this umbrella term because by law in Europe and in the US, manufacturers do not have to disclose this. It is considered trade secret. And within that chemical mixture are known carcinogens, endocrine disruptors like phthalates, and the most potent allergens known to man. I'm really angry that people have to suffer with cancer because it's so preventable. There was a study recently that.
All right. So,
Hey, shalom. Hey, shalom. All right, shalom, everyone. Toda Rabah Ishi for playing that video. My Ish sent me this video a few days ago. And as I was listening to it, I had to listen a few times to see everything that she was pointing out. And then, of course, do some more research so that I could actually present some more things to you all outside of just the video, and to just see what others were saying to make sure that what she presented was truthful in the manner of what she understood, right? And so, of course, when you're looking up the information, you have some sites that say, oh, there's been no scientific truth to it, to which they're going to do to back up what they're doing so that people will still partake in using those deodorants, perfumes, or other bodily forms of things that we add, like shampoo and soap to our bodies. And then, and in doing so, once you read, you go down that rabbit hole of understanding, reading more things, you see more things that come out that you're like, oh, that would make sense of, why we shouldn't do that either. So one of the biggest things that the word that she used was fragrance, right? And so it's just, I equate fragrance to when we look at food and we see natural flavoring. It says fragrance, Fragrance flavors or not fragrant ingredients. And so what are the fragrance though that they're using? And like she said, there were words that a lot of us, medically would not understand, but it's broken down. So I looked up this from the Breast Cancer Prevention Partners. I do try to give you all where I'm looking from, so if y'all want to look yourselves. But a reliable resource, and it says fragrance at a glance. Fragrance or perfume. So it doesn't always just say fragrance, it might say perfume, which is spelled PARFUM, can consist of any of approximately 4,000 chemicals used by the fragrance industry to formulate scents for use in personal care products, cleaning products, perfumes, and home care products. Many fragrance chemicals are linked to cancer, birth defects, hormone disruption, and other chronic health problems. And when I read that, I wanted to read that again because I was like, wait, they're not just talking about perfumes and fragrances we put on our bodies. They're talking about cleaning products. They're talking about home care products and all those things. We might not put the cleaning directly on our body, but if we think about it, we breathe it in, right? Sometimes it'll have they have this cleaning product that says spray on your bathroom walls and you don't have to wash it. It's there and it cleanses itself. So you're taking it in when you're in the shower, your pores are opening. So you're taking it into your body that way. You're standing on it because I can guarantee when you mop your floor, because it dried doesn't mean the chemicals that you use to mop your floor with went away. They're on your floor. That's what they're using to clean your floor. So we just have to be mindful of the products we use. I know for me, like I do my best to when I'm buying like detergents, and my husband's really been adamant about us making our own stuff. So that's another level where we're working on getting to. I know my sister's wife has done it in Philly a couple of times. So we're getting back to that. But we're making all of these products ourselves, especially because of the health risk. I think Malka Dahlia put in the chat, and I wanted to highlight that, which she said, please, they need to stop trying to make money at the expense of people's health. And that's the biggest thing. These things are making money for them. It's not about, well, it is about, let me clear that up. It's making money for them, and it is about people's health because they know that they're disrupting people's health. They're making even more money because when you get sick, where do you have to go? You have to go to the doctors, the hospital, wherever, and they're making money. You have to get a prescription from the pharmacy, big pharma. All this they all work together, whether we believe it or not. They do work together because it's all part of science. It's all part of experimenting. And even if you take medicine, they say these are the 5 side effects. Even when you look at cleaning products, perfumes, it tells you these are the risks if it's injected. But a lot of times we don't read those things. We're like, oh, nothing's wrong with that. Even the shampoos, we're like, oh, this shampoo smells so great. We're buying shampoos for fragrance, but we're not buying it for the healthy things that it does for our body, for our hair, for our scalp, for our pores, right? So we're using these strawberry scented fragrance of a shampoo, but that strawberry is not natural. It's a fragrance that was chemically made in a lab that has all type of what they call, and what they just said earlier, endocrines, right? That cause alternate things to happen to your body. So, so just bringing this out for us to think. Like I said, every time I come and do a presentation, it's for us to think further than what is provided for us, to do more for ourselves so we can have a longer life. The Most High says choose life, and that's to live long. And so in order for us to choose life, we have to choose healthy ways to live. And that is across the board. A lot of people like to just leave it to what we're eating. It's beyond what we're eating. She even said, they did the breast cancer experiment, right, with these women who had no history of breast cancer. They asked them to take out certain things out of what they do on a daily, and it had nothing to do with their eating. It had what to do with their deodorant, their fragrance, their shampoos, and their soaps. And when they took that out for 28 days, they saw that the breast cancer, the breast cancer signs or things that, I'm sorry, the breast cancer symptoms were not no longer, but were less from them removing those chemical compounds from their body for 28 days. So, so those are things that's why it's important to go beyond just what we're eating. We talk about what we wear. We talk about, what we put on our hands, the fingernail polish, the nail polish, the makeup. All these things are affecting our lives. All these affecting our health, how long we live. And it affects, the stress things that we think, oh, it's nothing. But when you put these things in your body is then stressed because it's now trying to fight certain things that it has no idea what it's fighting, because these chemicals are so compactful that when they get into your body, sometimes they have it where they can imitate the good things in your body, so your body doesn't know it needs to fight it, because they've made it so that it replicates what's good in your body, the good cells, the good enzymes, the good bacteria. So we really have to compare all these. But the words cover 4,000 chemicals used by the fragrance industry to formulate scents for beauty, cleaning, and home care products. Companies are not required to disclose all fragrance ingredients. Y'all hear that? They're not required. So they don't have to. You can write to them and ask them, but they're still not required to give you that information. And then it says found fragrances, scent, consumer, and industrial goods. Even unscented products may contain fragrance chemicals to mask naturally occurring odors. And when I read that, that stuck to me, because a lot of times we're like, oh yeah, I'll just get the unscented. That just means they're not using a scent. That doesn't mean they're not using chemicals. So we have to even dig further than unscented, but we want no fragrance. We want as natural as possible. And it comes to a point, I know at one point with baby wipes, they have a lot of unscented, right? You got to look further in it or make your own. I know my sister's wife at one point was making the baby wipes for, our baby. And she was using 2 ingredients. That's it. Water, I think it was boiled water and coconut oil. Just 2 ingredients. And the wipes work perfectly. We use them. So, we definitely have to identify what we're doing, because then we're wiping our children's behinds, we're wiping their genital areas with this, and then we're wondering why our babies, may have yeast, or why they have rashes or uncomfortable with these wipes. It's because of the different things that are being put into their body from these chemicals. Yep, our natural pheromones rock too. Absolutely, they do. But a lot of times we don't know what those are because we're so used to using everything else, doing all the other things. That's one thing I experimented within myself with, like, no deodorant. Like, I can go days without deodorant and not have no type of odor coming from me. And or I'll like put a dab of peppermint soap under my arms. And I don't have an odor. I don't get anybody like, ooh, who's smelling like that? And I know it's because, it's multiple things, but it mostly is because of what I eat, and the fact that, I've been used to just not doing it. And then your body begins to bring about its own way of eliminating odors from you without it smelling bad when you are inputting things that don't cause your body to dispel the waste of the chemicals and all those things. Because a lot of times that's what's throwing our body odors off, is the chemicals that have been placed in our body. And now when it comes out with an atrocious smell. And when our hormones are trying to figure out what's going on, especially for young daughters, young sons, when they're going through the change, like becoming teenagers, their hormones are changing. Your body is figuring it out. So you may have body odor that just happens because it's not you necessarily, but it's your body figuring it out. But we have to find ways to balance that for our children, and buying antiperspirant, deodorant, or soaps that hide the odor is not fixing the problem. It's not helping the body either. It's causing more problems. So we have to really consider that. And then it says in science, the International Fragrance Association's published list of fragrance ingredients includes chemicals listed as carcinogens by California's Prop 65 program and the National Toxicology Program. So that's a place where we can look as well, the International Fragrance Association. And we can find a list of ingredients that includes chemicals which use carcinogens. Carcinogens are known to be cancer causing. And it says a top tip: choose fragrance-free products or products from companies who have publicly committed to full fragrance ingredient disclosure. So, I know we can go on and on about this. I did see comments. I want to raise those comments. I definitely would encourage everyone to research, to go further, look further into what we're doing, putting in our systems, whether we're using body soaps that we just get it because it smells good, and believe me, it can get very expensive buying natural soaps, but it's so important for us to do so. We actually have a few Black-owned companies, but one I know personally is called Urban Eden, and they do not use those chemicals. You can go on their website, you can call them. It's natural. A young Black couple. They have bar soap and they have liquid soap. They have body butters, all type of things that are naturally made with natural ingredients. And fragrances, yes, that can be identified. So let's, truly look into it. Let's support companies that do so, especially our own people's companies. And I know theirs is affordable, and they have packets that you can get. So without going further into that, talking about business. But Malcolm Dahlia says our natural pheromones rock too. They absolutely do. She also says natural flavoring can also be considered a trade secret. It absolutely can, because they said they don't have to tell you all the flavors. And natural flavoring can come from anything that they deem natural. They deem natural. We have to understand that these words they're using is to cover up, so they do not have to. They're not required, as I said earlier, to disclose this information because it's deemed natural. Also, she says, I only use water and paper towels for wipes. The chemicals were too crazy. Absolutely. And then you got to be mindful of the paper towels you use as well, because so many of these companies are using paper towels that have chemicals in them. Like even the toilet paper. So many things. It's disgusting when you think about it. And even though it may feel like, hey, this tissue and this paper towel isn't working, I got to use so much more. That's because it doesn't have all the chemicals in it, and that's when you know it's the most natural. She also says, I saw an article about mycotoxins in plant-based food too. Girl, yes, plant-based food, and I was going to talk about something with that too. Plant-based food, a lot of it has toxins in it. Being plant-based does not mean you're 100% healthy. That's why it's like you got to consider the plant-based foods you're eating. Are you eating, what do we call that? We call that, babe, when it's already frozen. When you're eating the processed foods, it can be plant-based, but that doesn't mean it's healthy. Right, trick wording. They use all this things to trick us, so we got to be mindful of that. So I don't tell people, oh yeah, I'm plant-based, so I'm healthier than you. That's not true. They could be healthier than me, because I'm just eating because I'm saying it's plant-based. A lot of people do that. Oh, I'm gonna eat, it's plant-based, so it got to be good. That does not mean that at all. We have to be mindful. She said even some pads, speaking of sanitary napkins, are plastic. They are. I know a few people who, if they use a regular sanitary napkin, they break out in a bad rash because of the toxins that are in that sanitary napkin. They have to use 100% cotton only. I know some people who use the cup, and I've looked at the cup and it's a plastic thing. So I'm just really big on not using plastic. But you know, we have to be mindful of everything because some sanitary napkins can be very toxic to you. And not only are you releasing waste, but you're now taking in all those toxins, and your body is trying to do one thing, and now you have a big rash because of the interaction of the sanitary napkin in your skin. So that's a very great point, Michael Higdalia, Twitter about for adding to the conversation. And then Michael Higdalia says they knew since Balak to create blocks for our prospering. Absolutely, absolutely. From Torah, they know. So we have to be very mindful. I wanted to bring up because me and my sister's wife and the children love these vegan cookies, right? That we get or that we were purchasing from Publix because they were vegan. We was like, oh, finally, you know, fresh baked cookies. The other day, my sister and I were talking, and she's vegan, and I said, oh, did you get the cookies? You know, from the store we like. She was like, no, they say they bioengineered. I said, where is that? She says on the package, and I read this package all the time. Never saw it. So I said, what? So I had a couple of packs in our kitchen. I just went and got them. I went and read it, and clear right there it said it. I threw them away so fast. Of course, my husband was like, no, don't throw them away, take them back. And tell them, get your money back. So that's what we're going to do. But that taught me something even more. Like, we have to be so much more diligent in reading these products. Because it says vegan, we like, yes, we can eat these. You know, of course, there's other things like the sugar in it that we shouldn't partake in. But to have a product and it says some of the ingredients are bioengineered, that just blew my mind. Like, it's terrible. Like, what's the point? Why do you have to have bioengineered ingredients in a cookie? Why? Yes, and Kenya. Even some organic products are questionable, very much, because the word organic just means natural, just means organically grown, just means sprayed without pesticides. It does not for you. Like, I literally try to look at everything, and sometimes it just, goes over my head, like those cookies. And it was my sister, who's not a Hebrew, but she's vegan. She reads a lot of things, because what she's noticed, she has small children, is when she feeds one of her daughters specifically, certain products, it throws her completely off the rocker. So she started investigating all type of ingredients that she's putting into her system. And I was just like, wow, just to think about that, how we looking at children with ADHD. And a lot of times it's because of the ingredients of the foods and the chemicals that are being placed on them and inside of them. So we just, just a heads up, just awareness of what we're doing with our children, how we're doing with them, and ourselves as well. And yes, another point brought out, Malcolm Guy says, right, and Kenya, and it's just says, right, they have seedless organic fruit. Girl, whenever I see that, I'm like, how do you have seedless organic? And then I think about it, and I'm like, oh yeah, of course, that makes sense. It does. Even though it don't make sense, it makes sense, because it's like, it's organic from their definition of organic, because they made it in a lab. They knew they used certain organic chemicals and products that are considered organic by definition of what the FDA has allowed, seedless or not. So a lot of times it says just no pesticides, but it's beyond just no pesticides when we look at it. So we really just have to look at it. Yeah, I've seen at a kosher place where it said kosher pig. I said, now how do we have kosher pig? And organic pig, which can be true though. Organic pig, it's a true thing to have. So we just really have to, because if you have organic lamb, you're gonna have organic, whatever they have that's not organic, they're gonna have an organic version of it. We just gotta look deeper into it. The labels themselves, sometimes people pay for those signs. People pay for kosher labels. People pay for organic labels and stickers. And So we have to just dig deeper. And the biggest thing, as my husband said, is growing our own. Growing our own is the absolute surest way that we know that it's natural, organic, all the things that we're looking for in our foods, and then making our own products. So say who, Tadaraba.
Was that it? That was it? Man, look, there's so much out here. One thing I didn't hear you mention was seed oils. Now, this conversation started off by talking about things they put in the food. I mean, the cologne. A replacement for the colognes is oil. You can go to one of those stores and buy some oil, body oils. Usually it's the Muslim stores. They sell body oils, or the Indian stores, or wherever it is. They sell body oils. And what you can do is you can get don't buy the one that they got out in the counter for the regular customers. Ask them to get you one from the back, because in the back, they got the pure oil. The ones out in the front counter is cut with different things. Yeah. So you got to get the one that's in the back, like the big jar. They got the big jars. They come in a fancy container, real oil.
And it's thick.
Yes, much thicker. But the ones they got out front, they cut it up with different stuff so that they can make more money off the big jar. So if you go to the right place, you tell them, I don't want the one out front, I want the one in the back, you'll get a pure version of that particular oil. I went and brought some oil a couple months ago because it was an oil that I really liked, the fragrance of many years ago. And then I hadn't worn it a long time, but I got to slow down, cut out the cologne stuff. So I went to get me some oil. And the oil that I liked was coconut oil. They have a coconut fragrance that was really, really strong. It's a beautiful smell. And I got it, but it was a cut oil. I think it was running close to Shabbat. I had to hurry up and grab what I can grab. I forget what was going on at that particular time, but I was in a rush. So I just grabbed it. I went to like 3 or 4 different stores, and then I grabbed it and left. So I let it sit in my car, and it's been sitting in the car for a minute. And what it does is it burns off, being in the sunlight, it helps to burn off a lot of the impurities in it by it being in the sunlight. So it's been sitting in the back of my car for a minute. I need to go get it and see if it's back to the original fragrance. But in this particular conversation, colognes, perfumes, scented lotions, scented oils, like the baby oil you put on, scented shampoos. Shampoos is another one that cause a lot of endocrines to go into your body, lactates and all those type of things, which are cancer-causing agents. They go into your system. I like the point my wife brought out: when you spray your shower, your tub, you're cleaning it, if you don't thoroughly rinse it, those chemicals you're now standing in or bathing in, and they mix with your water, and they're getting in your pores. Now, your body, your skin is the biggest organ that you have on your body, your skin, which means that your skin absorbs everything. You take lotion and rub it on your body, you're actually putting poisons and chemicals in your body. Lotion clogs up your pores. Lotions don't open up your pores. You should always use oils on your body. Myself, I fell in love a long time ago, many, many years ago, and it was with olive oil. Everywhere I go, I gotta have some olive oil. Yes, you grease my hair, grease it with olive oil. You grease my skin, you want to give me a massage me with. She said, don't tell anybody that. She said, don't tell anybody that. No, get the olive oil, but you got to be careful about the olive oil, because all of it ain't olive oil. Some of it be vegetable oils, and they try to portray it as if it's olive oil. So you got to be real careful. Olive oil should always be in a dark bottle or a dark jar. Because the sun is trying to repel the sun and keep the pureness in olive oil. But olive oil, That's the shot right there. I've been using olive oil majority of my life. Oils, lotions, they clog your pores. Most of them have chemicals in it that's poisonous to the human body. And you putting on a lot of those girly products, makeup, lipstick, eyeshadow, all that stuff is cancer causing stuff because of the chemicals that they put in it to make it do what it does. You got to be careful. One thing I just learned recently was that, and I don't know how true it is, but I did do a little research on it, and that was that when you get tattoos, when they create the dye for the tattoos, they take dead bodies and crush them up and use a portion of the dead body. They extract the chemical from it, and those are in the tattoo, the ink that they use to make the coloring on your tattoos. A lot of it comes from dead bodies. So you gotta think about all these things. There's so many things. If you just go natural, you'll be all right. You know, just go natural. You'll be okay. And even in today's, if you grow your own, you're a lot better off. I heard that mentioned earlier from my wife, giving me the credit for that, but this is what I want to say about that. If you grow your own food, you should always watch the seeds that you plant. The seeds has to be heirloom seeds or organic seeds, both, or one or the other. Heirloom or organic seeds. And usually if you plant those, then you're safe. I went to a farmer the other day and asked him about farming over here on our land, because you know we had to cut down some things to make a new farm because of what they did to our last farm, right? And he gave me some cantaloupes. He took me out to his garden. He said, hey, look, you want a watermelon and a cantaloupe? And the stuff looked good. It was nice, fat, and, you know, healthy looking. So I picked it up and I began to question him. One of my questions was, what type of seed was this? We planted it. He says, oh, I don't pay no attention to that. I just go to the store and buy seeds and plant in the ground. Well, I took the cantaloupe and gave it away as a gift. I gave it to them because they eat that kind of food. I don't eat that kind of food. So I just gave the cantaloupe away. But, you know, I'm grateful that he considered me to want to give me a gift, but I couldn't eat it. I had to give it to somebody else, you know, somebody that eats that type of food. So I gave it to the lady and she enjoyed it, I guess. I don't know. But that's how it goes. You got to be real careful about what you put in your system. A lot of you still eat out. And some of the foods you eat out, if you eat out fast foods, a lot of that fast food is poisonous. Taco Bell, Burger King, McDonald's. What's that other one that's making all them fish fillet? Chick-fil-A or fish fillet? What is it? Chick-fil-A. They're making a lot of money off the people, but they're killing the people. And the people are so addicted to the food that they pay no attention to the dangers that's right before them. One of the things that hurt me the most, and I mean really brings me to tears and brings me pain, is when you warn people about the dangers of the things that they're doing to themselves and they ignore you. And then they get sick. And then their bodies shrivel up. And then they wither away and then they die. All along, you got to witness the transformation that they're going through. If you think about it, usually it's all because they did not take heed to the warning that you gave when they were healthy. Because if they did, chances are they wouldn't be dying now. It's a large chance that they wouldn't be passing away right now, right before your eyes. And it hurts. It hurts, especially when you care about people, right? So we got to be mindful, family, that they're poisoning us out here in this world. They don't care about our health, and they're doing it in many ways. But guess what? We are assisting them by buying their products to poison us. And it's not good. It's not a healthy thing to do. So we're going to move on now. If there's any other comments or questions, I thought I did see some comments. Brother Daniel, Shabbat Shalom, bro. He said it's how you prepare your food as well. And that's true. Storage, cooking, temperature, etc., even down to the very essentials that you use. Even down to the very essentials that you use to prepare your food. A lot of us use chopping boards when we cut up our food. If that chopping board is plastic, that knife is making lacerations in the plastic. Some of that plastic is going into your food. It's microscopic, you can't see it. But if you continuously do that, you're building up the plastic within your body because you're eating it. Even wooden cutting boards are putting wood particles in your body. Wood is a lot easier for you to get away with, but with the wood, what happens is they coat the wood in many instances, but they coat it with chemicals. And when they coat the wood with the chemicals, it goes into your pores. One of the best cutting boards that you can get is metal cutting boards or porcelain cutting boards. If you can get a metal cutting board or a porcelain cutting board, it's a lot better. It's definitely better than plastic. But if you can't get none of the other two, then get a wooden cutting board. But do your best to clean it, do your best to clean it the best you can. All right. Another thing that we're using to kill ourselves in preparation for food or food preparation is the no-stick pans. They're toxic. The non-stick pans are toxic. They have chemicals in the non-stick part, lactates also, which gets into your bloodstream, clog up your arteries, and poison your body. Now, it's over a period of time. It's not all in one day. But now, when you're doing this over the years, and you're using these non-stick pans, and you're getting sick from different things, it doesn't even begin to resonate within you that you're getting sick from those pans that you've been cooking the food in all that time. You got to watch these things, family, because these things are killing us. It's making life and survival for us so much harder. Not only is it killing us, but it's also preventing us from being able to think properly, because a lot of those chemicals lodge up in the brain and attack your brain cells, kill off some of your brain cells, and then you don't even understand why you got what they call brain fog and you can't remember certain things. That was on the tip of my tongue. What was that I was trying to, and you done forgot. It could be your child's name sometimes. You can't remember your child's name. A lot of times it's because of those chemicals destroying different cells in your brain. And then you got to sit there for a long time and you say, well, I can't believe I can't remember my own child's name. And it's because you eat foods and chemicals are introduced to your body. Both of those have nothing to do with stimulating you or building you up. They are actually destroying you, destroying your brain functions, and destroying the health of your body. You got to be careful, and it goes far to the level that we're talking about. Begin to read the labels of these foods that you're eating and introducing to your body, and try not to go to no restaurants. Try to stay home, prepare your own food. You'll thank me later when your pocketbook has more change in it. 4 dinners last night, $79. Sheesh. $79. 4 dinners. And everybody's still hungry. May the Most High be with you all, family. May the Most High be with you. I know you like the excitement of going out and, not having to cook and other things can take place. You take your children and experience things. I know all that's good for you, but you got to watch them videos on what these people do to your food sometimes behind the scene in those kitchens. Not only that, they're not reading the ingredients like we're telling you to read the ingredients. They don't read those ingredients. So they could be feeding you those foods with those chemicals that you're trying to avoid. So we got to learn to be mindful. I know Prince make it so you can't do nothing. I know people say that. I know they feel like that. But it's just that so many things out here are adverse towards your health. They have no desire to keep you healthy or make you healthy. You got to watch a lot of vitamins you eat. A lot of the vitamins you eat supposed to be there to make you healthy, but they're coated with gelatin. They're coated with pork. and you're popping the capsule, feeding your children the capsules, Flintstone vitamins, and you're feeding your children, and you're not even realizing or paying attention that you're actually feeding your children pork. So you gotta be careful. Just so much to watch. It's so much to watch. You want to say something? You want to say something? I'm done. All right. Thank you all for being in participation. Thank you all for your cooperation. May the Most High be with you. Total Rabbah.
Shabbat shalom again, everyone. Oh, I see it. If you can hear me, please let me know. I just wanted to say too, just going back with agreeing with what my Ish was saying about the pots and things we use is so important. Like I'm to the point where we only buy stainless steel or cast iron. Like I went in and bought because I love to bake. I really do. And I've been searching and searching for muffin pans that are not nonstick. And everywhere I looked, everything's nonstick, nonstick, nonstick. So I finally found some cast iron muffin pans, and that's what I use now. And I love it. The muffins come out really beautiful, still nice and fluffy, because it's about the ingredients. And they cook it like anything we cook in cast iron. It's just for me, it just tastes better all the time. So I have now cast iron muffin pans. I even went and found a cast iron waffle maker, but I sent it back because it was super small, like this small. And I was like, yeah, that's not going to work. So I'm still looking for a really good cast iron waffle maker. And then, of course, all the different size pans, Dutch ovens for cast iron, and even stainless steel. Like when I met my husband, all he had was stainless steel. And I really love the way that cooks as well. Or even the glass containers. We just got to look at, and even when we buy in pots and all those things, the dishes, we really have to look at what's in it, because we think everything is so innocent, like, oh, it's just a pan, oh, it's just a pot, but it's what they made it with, because they'll sneak in ingredients that are not natural. Making sure that you clean your cast iron properly and your stainless steel properly. And then I was a whole pot, a whole cooking and utensil and teapot and tea kettle, everything, tea pitcher of what is it, copper. When my aunt passed away, my sisters and know that I love to cook, and so they was like, you take that. So I inherited this full copper eating cooking ware. And I'm like, I can't wait to start using it again. And it comes and it has this circle thing, and it's really heavy. And you hang it from your ceiling and all your copper. And I remember growing up as a child, my aunt had that in her house. And I always used to be like, I wonder, how that would feel to cook in that. And, I'm thankful that, I was able to inherit that. But when you look at copper and the power that's in copper, the iron that it brings you, just like cast iron pots, use pots that add to the ingredient of what you're cooking. That, and those things they too also add the flavor to your cooking, but it's great flavor. It's flavor that enhances your body. It doesn't deplete you. It doesn't take something away from you. It doesn't poison you. It doesn't, make you sick. So, just those things I wanted to think about. It just started really pouring down rain in here, y'all, thundering and everything. But just those ideas of cooking. So a lot of times when you come in here and you're going to eat, you definitely know you're eating out of cast iron, stainless steel, or copper. We do our best not to do aluminum. I mean, every now and then we'll do pizza on aluminum, and I'm like, no, we got to get away from that. So I've been looking for not aluminum. I've been looking for pie pizza pans big enough that we can put our pizza pans in the oven. But most pizza pans are aluminum or non-stick. So, it's really hard. They make it really hard for you to find things that are best for you to use to eat healthy and be healthy. But we just got to keep pushing to keep really pushing to get those things that our bodies require to stay healthy and strong and live long. So, I just want to add to that conversation. So, Zehu, we will definitely now get into our laws. So please, if you have a law, please place it in the comments. We will read it. Also, along with your law, place your explanation as well. I'm going to play our favorite song from Alina. I think it's with Voice of Zion as well.
See, I know someone who's much higher, 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 higher. Oh yeah, I know someone who's much higher, 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 higher. Yeah, I know someone who's much higher, 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 higher. When I seen Rome prospering wherever they go, I envied the wicked so much that my feet were gone. But now I hold on to someone I know is strong. He my rock and fortress. I put my trust in Yahweh. Then you and me, that the whole world can see. Oh yeah, my King here, he protects us all, and he heard my call. No, yeah, Yahweh is higher. Is he Yah man to where he gotta lie? Is his ear heavy to where he will not hear? Is his arm shortened to where he cannot save? Cast your burdens down and give them to Yahweh. He much than you and me, that the whole world can see. Oh, Yahweh, he protect us all, and he heard my call. No, yeah, Yahweh, I used to worry about if my bills get paid. I used to worry about all of my enemies. I used to worry about if my friends would stay. But now I take my problems and give them to Yahweh. He much than you and me, that the whole world can see. No, my King is, he protects us all, and he heard my call. Yeah, Yahweh is higher. I used to worry, but I don't know more. And I don't wanna think I've been through. You know he pulled me through. And I don't worry about me. I put all my trust in Yahweh.
All right, yes, higher. All right, Shabbat Shalom. We are now going to get into our laws. Please, everybody, place your law. Yes, that is one of my favorite songs, whether it's the Shabbat or not. I'm blessing that song every day. The song just puts me in some type of space. Just keeps me really just high off of the Most High and all that he has allowed us to be and do. So grateful for that. We did start everybody. So N. Kenya did give her thanks, and I wanted to read it, acknowledge her thanks. I did not read it. It says, giving thanks to the Most High for being here amongst my beloved family and friends, to the Most High for loving us eternally, for wisdom, knowledge, and understanding given to keep us bonded to you, Most High. Toda Rabbah. Toda Rabbah, Toda and Peter and Kenya for your gratefulness. We will now go into our laws. And our first law was given to us by Mata Dahlia. And so I want to read that. And, just truly just us standing on the Most High. You know, this summer camp has taught me a lot about people, along with the grandmothers asking me about working throughout the year with the Boys and Girls Club. They asked me about my school. And one kept saying, well, what type of school do you have? What type of school do you have? I said, it's a Hebrew school. And I saw her roll her eyes. And I kept talking. I was like, yeah. But then another grandma said, yeah, but they teach all the subjects, just like public school. And that grandma was like, I'm gonna come work for you. You know, and I was just like, you know, just standing there taking it all in. And I was like, yeah, we are a Hebrew school. Our foundation is Hebrew. However, we teach all the subjects plus more. They was like, well, what else do you teach? And I was telling them we teach art, music, culinary arts, economics, horticulture, you know, and everything. And they was like, really? I was like, yes. They was like, okay. And they was like, you're gonna have a physical school too? I said, yeah, and she was like, oh yeah, I want to come work for you. You know, and I was just like, yeah, we have to stand on who we are. You know, I saw the one grandma, she rolled eyes, but you know, that didn't bother me. She was the same grandmother though that told me back in the day that all they did was wear skirts. You know, she asked, and they always asking me about who we are. So I think it's very important for me. A lot of times it's not just about dropping scripture, but just standing true and saying to them, this is who I am. This is what we represent. You know, it may not be exactly how you like it, but this is who we're going to be. And I even told them, I said, and every child that attends our school is not Hebrew by their awareness, like saying they're Hebrew, but they attend our school for their education, you know, and we're not closed off for that. And it was like, oh, okay, I like that. So, you know, we have to be very mindful of what we represent, who we are, how we represent ourselves, and not trying to fit in with everybody else and hiding the truth from others, because it's important that the Most High knows that we acknowledge him in everything and all we do. And I say that because I said that song Higher, that song really, it does something to me. It just does. And I just feel so much better every time I hear it. I feel empowered. You know, it's not the singer, it's the words, it's the power. And let me take that back. It is the singer too. It's the way that she's bringing that song, those words. Music is very powerful. It's healing. It's impactful. It can get you standing on your feet, ready to go to war. You know, for the Most High. So all praises for that. But I want to bring that out. And now we can go into our laws. So our first law can be found in the book of Bamidbar, Numbers. Let me get to it so I wait for my delay. Numbers 4 through 15. And I know she puts it here, so it's still here. I just like to read it as well for my directly. So it's chapter 4, verse 15. And it reads, and when Yaharon and his sons have made an end of the covering of the sanctuary, as the camp is to set forward, after that, the sons of Kohath shall come to bear it, but they shall not touch any holy thing, lest they die. These things are the burden of the sons of Kohath in the tabernacle of the congregation. And the explanation that Malka Higdalia gives is, even though Yaharon and his sons are from the line of Kohath themselves, other branches of Kohath can earn death by overstepping their role in attempt to jump into any aspect of the priestly roles reserved for Yaharon's branch. They are responsible for carrying the vessels, but are forbidden from ever seeing them. That's just not a part of their role. For the other roles, we weren't risking death sentence. However, the overstepping could still end up in a catastrophe, in catastrophe. It's so important to do your assigned role carefully and be thankful for it. Most High does not make mistakes in his choosing. Hallelujah. That is so true. So true. I love the ending when you said that for the roles, we aren't risking the death sentence. However, the overstepping could still end up in catastrophe. And it's so important to do your assigned role carefully and be thankful for it. The Most High does not make mistakes in his choosing. So true. A lot of times we step into something thinking, oh, I'm just going to help out, or I'm going to just do this. And we can be making making the situation worse. We can be causing, like you said, catastrophe. So many issues can come from that because that is not our role. You know, a lot of times people have that saying, stay in your lane. And a lot of times they're not saying it out of arrogance. They're saying it out of a way to protect you, to protect them, to protect a nation, a community. Following your role is important. That was something that I remember growing up. My parents always talked to us about following our role, listening, paying attention, because one wrong move can cause death. That didn't have to be, you know, or it could cause other problems that do not have to be. But because, you know, sometimes you got about 5 chiefs and everybody want to be that number one, but that wasn't your role. You're the second chief, or you're the second in command, or the third. You have a role. Stick to it. So, Toda Rabah for bringing that out. Malka Higdalia, always on point, bringing out these laws. 1 second. I think the next law is a Simeon law. And his law can be found in the book of Leviticus, Vayikra, chapter 14. And I love it. Go ahead, Asinya, going to the 5th grade, showing his skills of his education. He says, and it reads, says 2 through 7, and it reads, this shall be the law of the leper in the day of his cleansing. He shall be brought unto the priest. And the priest shall go forth out of the camp, and the priest shall look. And behold, if the plague of leprosy be healed in the leper, then shall the priest command to take for him that is to be cleansed 2 birds alive and clean, and cedar wood, and scarlet, and hyssop. And the priest shall command that one of the birds be killed in an earth vessel over running water. As for the living bird, he shall take it, and the cedar wood, and the scarlet, and the hyssop, and shall dip them and the living bird in the blood of the bird that was killed over the running water. 7, and he shall sprinkle upon him that is to be cleansed from the leprosy 7 times, and shall pronounce him clean, and shall let the living bird loose into the open field. And Simya Rishon says his explanation says, people with a defiling skin disease have to stay out of the camp at all times, because the Most High is in the camp and he is holy, and that is why the priest has to go to them out of the camp, so their defiling skin doesn't defile the camp. I love it. Toda Rabah. Very good. It's Simya Rishon. All right, and then we have other and Kenya, her law can be found in the book of Numbers, Bamidbar, chapter 7, verse 84 through 88, verses 84 through 88. Huge chapter. All right, and it reads, this was the dedication of the altar in the day when it was anointed by the princes of Israel. 12 charges of silver, 12 bowls, 12 spoons of gold, each charger of silver weighing 130 shekels, each bowl 70. All the silver vessels weighed 2,400 shekels, after the shekel of the sanctuary. The golden spoons were 12, full of incense, weighing 10 shekels apiece, after the shekel of the sanctuary. All the gold of the spoons was 120 shekels. 87, verse 87. All the oxen for the burnt offering were 12 bullocks, the rams 12, the lambs of the first year 12, with their meat offering, and the kids of the goats for sin offering 12. 88, verse 88. And all the oxen for the sacrifice of the peace offerings were 24 bullocks, and the rams 60, the he-goats 60, the lambs of the first year 60. This was the dedication of the altar after that it was anointed. And her and Kemia's explanation is for 12 days, leaders presented the offerings in vessels of silver and gold with livestock for burnt offerings, sin offerings, and peace offerings for the dedication, anointing of the altar, all for the Levites for the service of the tabernacle of the congregation, which the Most High instructed Moshe to accept. This tells me that the tabernacle of the Most High should have no lack. Hallelujah. Very well. Very well. I like that. No lack. All right. Our next law can be found in the book of Deuteronomy. Devarim, chapter 22. And I believe that's verse 1. And it reads, Thou shalt not see thy brother's ox or his sheep go astray, and hide thyself from them. Thou shalt in any case bring them again unto thy brother. And he said, Moreh Kezu, my apologies, brought us this law. And his explanation is, if you see your fellow Israelite ox or sheep straying, do not ignore it, but be sure to take it back to its owner. He said, if they do not live near you, or if you do not know who owns it, take it home with you and keep it until they come looking for it. Then give it back. My understanding of Deuteronomy 22, 1 through 2. So I'll read that because he added that. And if thy brother be not nigh unto thee, or if thou know him not, then thou shalt bring it unto thine own house, and it shall be with thee until thy brother seek after it. Thou shalt restore it to him again. So I read that without understanding what he was saying. Okay. So he says, if you have found something that does not belong to you, you are to keep it as if you would your own things until the owner of the property comes to retrieve it. He says, ultimately, there is no finders keepers, losers weepers in Yisrael. You have to consider those as you would like to be considered. Hallelujah. Todorabah. That's a very important, especially about returning what belongs to someone else. It made me think about, Moreh, our goats, how we believe they walked off the land, and we have not seen them. I also haven't put out anything. I have rode by different places that I see have goats, but I haven't seen them. And, I'm just praying wherever they are, they're safe, that an animal has not taken them in and eaten them. Somebody has them and they're doing good with them. Because they were very healthy, strong goats. So I want to make, praying for that the Most High has made sure that there's somewhere where, somebody's making great use of them. All right. We have another law. Ein Keter, Shabbat Shalom, Ein Keter. Her law can be found in the book of Leviticus, Vayikra, chapter 9, verse 31. Verse 31. I'm sorry, chapter 19. Chapter 19, verse 31. The book of Leviticus, Vayikra, chapter 19, verse 31. And it reads, regard not them that have familiar spirits, neither seek after wizards to be defiled by them. I am the Most High, your power. And she says, when we turn to mediums or to those who consult spirits of dead people, we're saying that we don't trust our lives and future to the Creator and His providence. Our loyalty is divided and our spirits defiled. Hallelujah. Toda Rabbah. All right, Toda Rabbah and Keter. So that is a law session for today. Sorry. If you have any more laws that you want to share, please do not hesitate to share them. We are going to move forward with the lesson for today. My ish. And 1 second. All right. Albert, do you have anything?
All right, let's rock and roll. Shabbat shalom, Ain Katir. You came up in the room, Ain Katir. Shabbat shalom. May the Most High be with you. All right, we're going to rock and roll, family. So when we begin, we're going to start our lesson off with this chapter, and we're going to read all 3 chapters. Let's all turn to the book of Yoel, chapter 1. Yoel, a very promising book that a lot of us don't look into. But Yoel talks a lot about our sinful nature and some of the things that we can do to reverse the condition of our nature, the sinful nature part. All right? Yoel, chapter 1, verse 1. Now, I had 2 readers up in the house today, and nobody's in the room. Nobody's on the platform to read, so I guess they don't want to read. So they say to me, Prince, you got this. All right, I got it. All right. Shabbat shalom, Shem Yarashon. Shabbat shalom. May the Most High be with you as well. All right, Yoel, devastation of locusts. Now I need y'all to try to walk with me because if you're not focused on this, you could lose it. The word of the Most High came to Yoel, the son of Pethuel. Hear this, ye old men, and give ear, all ye inhabitants of the land. Has this been in your days, or even in the days of your fathers? Tell ye your children of it, and let your children tell their children, and their children another generation. You see how our forefathers used to hand out that information? You tell it to your children, have your children tell it to your children's children, their children's children, and their children's children's children, all the way down for all these different generations. That's how the Torah was supposed to have been handed down from generation to generation. Certain things of the Torah, certain teachings and principles that we did was handed down from generation to generation to generation at the command of the Most High, because he didn't want us to forget those things. So even if we didn't have an actual scroll or a book with us before us, we actually had in our minds of how certain things were supposed to be done. All right. Shabbat shalom, Sister Dita. Sister Dita puts up her law is Leviticus 5 and 17, giving thanks for life. All right. We passed that down, sis, but we'll get back to it. We'll try to do it before we leave today. Can you put a little star next to that email so we can try to get on that? It says, hear this, ye old men, and give ear to all ye inhabitants of the land. Has this been in your days, or even in the days of your fathers? Earlier today, we talked about different things that we do that our forefathers never did, and different situations that we're in that our forefathers would never experience because they never put themselves in them situations because they didn't do the things that we were doing, that we're currently doing. So Jeremiah 6 and 16, I think it is, it says something about turn ye in the ways of the old path, for in them you will find rest. I believe it's Jeremiah 6 and 16. I think that's what it is. Somebody can pull it up and check it out for me and see if I'm right or wrong. It's been so long since I quoted that verse, but we'll see. We have to remember that these books that we live, that this book that we live by, the Torah and the books of the Tanakh, they will all sit there as a reason so that you will not lose the path, so that you will always remember the way, so that you don't forget. Tell ye your children of it, and let your children tell their children, and their children another generation. That which the pale worm, the palmer worm have left, have the locusts eating. And that which the locusts have left, have the cankerworm eaten. And that which the cankerworm have left, have the caterpillar eating.
Yes, that is correct.
Oh.
Jeremiah 6:16.
Yes, what does it say? Jeremiah 6:16, what does it say?
It says, "Thus saith the Most High, stand ye in the ways and see, and ask for the old paths, where is the good way, and walk therein, and you shall find rest for your souls."
Okay, all right, thank you very much. Jeremiah 6:16, let's see, Prince said something, let's see if it's there. It says, "Thus saith the Most High, stand ye in the way and see and ask for the old path." He's telling that to us right now. Ask for the old path because our old path wasn't as distorted as this new path. This new path is a new creation. Something newly found, no eating in the temple. Something newly found. And what are we doing with it? That's your law. You made it up. Violating your own law. And what are we doing with it? We're stepping outside of tradition, as they call it, and we're going into this new path. Your forefathers didn't know nothing about JC. Your ancient forefathers, they didn't know anything about JC. They didn't know nothing about all these other deities and these different ways of selfishness, these different ways of pride and arrogance. You know, they didn't know anything about these things. But today, because we come up under this generation that we've come up under, this Western mindset, this European thought, we're the worst that we've ever been since we've been on this planet, because we don't share with each other. We don't have the time like each other. We don't trust each other. And trust is a big issue when it comes to a nation standing on its own. We don't trust each other. We don't do a lot of the things that we need to do to build us up to be a better people. And we need to get back to those ways. We really need to get back to those things. So do what the Most High says. Seek and walk in the old path, for where the good way is, and walk therein, and ye shall find rest for your soul. But they said, we will not walk therein. And that's exactly what we do today. They reject the old paths. Your forefathers didn't eat pork. But you talk to some of these people today and tell them about eating pork and the dangers of eating pork, they get frustrated with you and tell you to leave them alone. My grandmother died 89 years old. She ate pork. That's what they'll tell you. So leave me alone. Yeah, a lot of the people today are suffering today because of the things that they put in their bodies. Even if you warn them, talk to them, and tell them, they will not do what you tell them to do. You'll tell them about the dangers of what they're eating. They'll still eat it. And then when they get sick in the hospital, they want you to come visit them. They want you to take you to the hospital visits because they got to get their shot. They want you to go out of your way to do things to help them, when all along the problem that they have is because they didn't listen to what you said for them when you gave them constructive criticism and good advice. Now, how do you deal with that matter? Because that's still something I'm trying to understand today. You told them about the dangers of all the seed oil that they eat every day and consume in these processed foods. You told them about all these things, but yet they kept doing it, told you to leave alone and mind your business. And then as soon as something happened to them, they're relying on you to pay their bills. They're relying on you for support, for transportation. You know, they're relying on you to sit there and make sure that they get to their doctor visits on time. And it's sad, it's hard. Most of the things we pass away from were things that were preventable if we just changed our diet. For a nation is come up upon my land, strong and without number. Those teeth are the teeth of iron, and he shall cheek, and he have the cheek teeth of a great lion. We were here in America before the Europeans got here. Did you know that? Black folk, black people, people of color, Hebrew Israelites, we were here in America before the Europeans, before the first European ever got here, we were here. So this land ain't just ain't, they didn't discover America. Christopher Columbus didn't discover America. No, he invaded America. He came across somebody else's land that was already there. and he brought his goons, and they came in and they did their thing. I'm still a little upset with the Indians that saved their lives when they was all perishing because they couldn't survive over here in this terrain. They couldn't survive, and the Indians, being as kind as they were, our people, being as kind as they were, we went out and we helped them, taught them the way of the land, taught them how to make it through the harsh winters that we was making it through, and how to not die from certain diseases and infections and things. And then they turned around and betrayed us and enslaved us, a large majority of us. But all of this was prophesied, family. So don't think that this wasn't prophesied, because it was in the book of Deuteronomy, the 28th chapter, that these nations that our forefathers didn't know will come over into our land and destroy us and take us into captive. Strong and without numbers, whose teeth are the teeth of a lion, and he that has the cheek teeth of a great lion. He have laid my vine waste and barked my fig tree. He have made it clean, bare, and cast it away. The branches thereof are made white. Lament like a virgin girdled with sackcloth for the husband of her youth. Now, when I read that, I had to think about that. I said, what's the message that the Most High is trying to get to us through the prophet Yoel when he said this? He said, lament like a virgin girded with sackcloth for the husband of her youth. Until just now, I really understood what it meant. It meant that this woman didn't know any other man. And she had been with this husband of hers for a very long time. And you know, husbands are providers, real husbands. They are providers, they're disciplinarians, they're teachers, they're comforters. You eventually learn to love them if you go into it for the right process. And she was a virgin, had never had anybody else in her life. He took her away from her father, and it was just them two. Now he's passed, he's deceased, he passed on. And they've been together forever. And she cries. And do you know how a woman cries when she loses a husband that she really loved? No, I don't think you do. When a woman was a virgin, and this man, they shared the most intimate parts of life, and she relied and she trusted on him. He was like a god to her. That's all she knew. And now she's alone in this world. There's nobody else she can turn to. She's too old to really go out there and get a job like a young girl. So she's worried about her future. And she's in pain and torment to her soul. When she cried, it's not a regular cry. It's a deep down hurt and pain. It's a question of what am I going to do for my future? It's a lament, it's a pain that once you get up, it's not over from crying. It goes on for weeks and sometimes for months, sometimes for years. It's an excruciating pain that issues from the deepest parts of your soul and permeates through your teardrops. And your body quivers and you shake, and it's a fear that you have. That's a lamenting pain. Why are we doing that today with the situation that we're facing today? Why aren't we, those of us who know how to cry in pain, why aren't we crying to the Creator for all the things that we are experiencing today, for what we're going through today? I would have thought that COVID was enough to make us go into a lament and pain like a virgin, wearing sackcloth, crying for a husband. But COVID wasn't enough. This next situation is right around the corner. It's going to come and it's going to hurt and it's going to cause us a lot of pain. But we have to remember where our strength is. And our strength, it comes in our unity, and it comes with us going before the true strength, our power, and that's the Most High. We have to learn how to get back into that position where we truly cry out to the Creator for healing, for victory, for protection, for mercy. We have to remember that. For the nation has come up upon my land, strong without numbers, whose teeth are the teeth of lions, and have the cheek teeth of a great lion. And this is exactly what they've been doing to us for so long. He has laid my vine waste and barked my fig tree. He has made it clean and bare. These are the things that we are suffering with, and we do nothing about it to change it. Nothing to change it. This is one of the ways that we can change it. Lament like a virgin, girdled with sackcloth for the husband of her youth. I asked my wife the other day, I said, babe, what does that do when you hear the baby crying? Because he started crying a little bit. I told her, let him stay in their room. He was in the room. He just woke up. And he whined a little bit. Ah! And she goes to get up. I said, hold up, baby. Hold on. Don't get up. Let him cry. So I see her doing what she was doing. She was still doing what she was doing. He started crying even more. I said to her, how does that make you feel when you hear your son in the room and he's crying for your attention and your affection? She said, it's a mother's instinct. I got to get up and I got to attend to it. It's just my natural instincts to want to do this. And whatever he was crying out for, she would have given him to bring him comfort. Multiply that by 1,000, and then you would understand why the Most High is saying to us to lament to him. We are his children. And if we are to cry to him in a severe, excruciating pain for help and assistance, there is no way that he will deny us that help. No way. He will send a deliverer. He will send a savior. Wake up the deliverer and wake up the savior and get us out of that condition and protect us. We have to know this. These scriptures are here for a reason. Lament like a virgin girdled with sackcloth for the husband of her youth. Cry out to me, says the Most High. But our minds, have gotten used to the pain. We've gotten used to the suffering. We've gotten used to the slaughter. Today they tell us a young man was found hung in a tree, and we'll look at that story, we'll think about that story. A few hours later, we're not thinking about it any longer. Another child was abducted. We'll look at that story, hear that story. A few hours later, we ain't thinking about it no more. Another one was murdered in the street, and we know who's murdering us. We know who's killing us. We know who's doing these things, but we do nothing about it. And it's sad because we've gotten conditioned to hearing of this bad news. Therefore, we're not excited anymore. It doesn't do anything to us until it hits you on your doorstep. What I'm saying is that this type of attitude would have never happened. It would have never happened if we were in the path and the ways of old. Jeremiah 6:16. If we turned our ways back to the path of old and learned those ways and stayed in those and lived, then we were hurt as a people and we would stand up and do something about it. In the 1940s and 50s and the 60s, they were boycotts, shut down things when things happened. The only way you're going to get these people's attention is if you mess with their income, their pockets. That's the only way. You can't get no laws passed or anything for us. They pass laws for the gays. They pass laws for the Chinese. They pass laws for the Jewish, but they won't pass laws for the black man. It's okay for you to kill a black man in the streets. You know why they don't pass no laws for it? Because we don't pass no laws for it. We don't do anything to make it known to them that we are going to do this to you if you do this to us. We don't do anything. And there's nothing that's going to be done if we don't do anything. Awaken, black man. Awaken, Hebrew man, Hebrew woman. Stand strong. The meat offering and the drink offerings is cut from the house of Yisrael, of the house of the Most High, the priests, the Most High's ministers, they mourn. Even the spiritual leaders are suffering. The field is wasted, the land mourneth, for the corn is wasted. The new wine is dried up, the oil languished. That's letting us know that there's going to come a time, and it's going to come real soon, that we ain't going to have no food in the fields. And for the fields, for us, for a lot of us, our fields are the supermarkets, the grocery stores that we can, the Targets and the Walmarts, that we can go and go buy our foods. That's our fields. Soon those places are going to be shut down and not going to offer you any foods. You're not going to be able to get to them. Transportation is not going to be provided. Your money is not going to be accepted. How are you going to survive? How are you going to eat? See, you don't think like that right now because you've gotten complacent. You've gotten comfortable put to the position that they have you living in. You've gotten comfortable. So you ain't thinking about the devastation that's about to hit. You only worried about trying to get some money for today, so you can make a couple dollars today, so you can look better than your brother and sister today, so you can have the biggest car and the best house to compare to your brothers and sisters today. That's all you worried about today. You're not worried about where your children's children are going to get their food from. You're not thinking about that. Because if you were, you'd be down here on the land with us or in similar land like us, growing some food, building some houses, digging some wells, preparing for generational wealth. So when the calamity happens in the cities, we can still eat and survive. We still drink our waters and be comfortable and be all right. The field is waste, the land mourneth, the corn is waste, the new wine is dried up, and the oil languishes. Be ye ashamed, O ye husbandmen. Howl, O ye vine dressers, for the wheat, for the barley, the wheat and for the barley, because the harvest of the field is perished, is gone. The vine is dried up, and the fig tree languishes. The pomegranate trees, the palm trees also, and the apple trees, even all these trees of the field are withered, because joy is withered away from the sons of men. All these things were a direct result of joy. It all withered away. The vine is dried up, and the fig tree languishes. The pomegranate tree, the palm tree also, and the apple trees, even the trees of the field are all withered, because the joy is withered away from the sons of men. Do you see how the emotional feelings that you have, it feeds the trees in your environment? And when it becomes depression and evil and wickedness around, that also feeds the trees in your environment. So when we had joy and we was happiness and we liked what we did, our trees were fruitful and multiplied and grew. But now that we're being oppressed by the oppressor, as the scripture said when it started, that the land had been inhabited with these people with these iron teeth, now we're being oppressed. It has a direct effect on nature all around us, and it is all perishing, and it's all withered up. The Most High says, gird yourself and cry, ye priests. Howl, ye ministers of the altar. Come, lie all night in sackcloth, ye ministers of Ha Elohim. for the meat offering and the drink offering is withholding from the house of the Most High. When's the last time you had a cry in, a real serious cry to the Most High because of your condition? Some of you are so hooked on drugs, and the illusion of these drugs got you thinking you living a good life or a decent life. And you don't even realize how much you're suffering. You don't even realize how much of real life you're missing out on because you're high most of the time. You don't think about wailing, but when your high wear away, when your high subsides, when your high goes down, before you get the next high, you get a side of depression upon you because the reality of the life you're living sets in. So you go get high again to cover up the depression, the hurt, the pain, the misery, the suffering. You go get high again and high again and high again and high again, but you cannot deny that feeling of depression, of the seriousness of how bad your life is actually going. You try to mask it up. You try to cover it up, but the Most High is not going to let that happen. Every time your high goes away, the reality of the life that you're living kicks in. You're living from week to week, from day to day, from month to month, chasing a high, chasing a drug, chasing an addiction. And not really are you paying attention to the beauty of life that you could have if you would but humble yourself before the Most High, put on your sackcloth and ashes, and wail and cry and give it up to Him because of your suffering. Now, that's on a personal level. But on a communal level, when the last time we cried to the Most High to save our people? I remember some years ago, Ima Hadora had said she heard the word of the Most High that we should have a Day of Atonement. We should be crying on the Day of Atonement, that we should go out to, I believe somewhere in Virginia is where we went, and wail before the Most High because of all the suffering, that we are experiencing in this lifetime. And we did just that. We went out and we wailed and we cried. And when we was down by the water, it shows the Most High lives and He's King. The water begins to wave and rise and do all types of things that we didn't know it was doing, that it wasn't doing prior to the prayer that we put out. So we're grateful. Something's wrong with my computer. Can you try to handle that, please? We're grateful, but through our wailing, through our crying, the Most High won't let you work either. The Most High is hearing us. The Most High is actually paying attention. We have to get our Creator's attention, just like the parents get the children get the parents' attention when they cry and when they wail to their fathers and mothers. That's how we have to get the attention of the Father, the Creator, so that He will hear us and begin to help us. Sanctify ye a fast. Call a solemn assembly. Gather the elders and all the inhabitants of the land into the house of the Most High, your power, and cry unto the Creator. The Most High is actually telling us how to do it. It is storming out here, so that might be why we're being affected. But the Most High is actually telling us how to do it. But we're not listening. We're not taking heed. So let me try it again. Joel chapter 1, verse 14. Sanctify ye a fast. He's not saying just wait for the Day of Atonement. He's saying make a fast of your own. Call a solemn assembly. Gather the elders and all the inhabitants of the land into the house the Most High, Elohim, and cry unto him. Cry for all the suffering that we are suffering today. All the turmoil and pain and all that we are experiencing, cry to him today. And if you notice, he's talking about the priests, so that's the men. The men have to cry too. Ain't nothing like a wailing woman.
Sorry guys, he should be back and knocked him out. Hopefully it'll let us play something.
Where I am gone, where Kobe Olamo, Baruch Haba Yehovah, Uno Teilanu Chayi, Bishbilze Ani No Teikavo, Bezaman. Where I am gone, where Kobe Olamo, Baruch Haba Yehovah, Uno Teilanu Chayi, Bishbilze Ani No Teikavo. Haaretz והשמיים והים גם
And I press pause. Okay, there we go.
With chats. Shalom, family. Work my computer, please. Into it. Shabbat shalom, everyone. I'm going to attempt to do it on her computer because my computer. This is how it is when they don't want you to teach something. When they don't want something getting out, they got a way to prevent it from happening. Do you have a Bible on your computer?
Yes.
Please feed me, family. Severe technical difficulty. And I know that it ain't nothing that we did. This message was a little too heavy for them this morning. They ain't want all that getting out. I can use that one. Right there. Be up there.
I don't know.
Yeah, that's a good one. All right. I can play. We were going to the book of Joel, chapter 1. I think it was around verse 17. No, 14. 14 is where we at. Okay. Set her screen up so she got everything real little. Her eyes must be much better than mine. And so let me try to do this in a way that we both can work with it. All right, here we go. So please pardon the interruption, family. It was not intended on our behalf, intentional. Whenever she gets me back up on the screen, I'm going to come back in and look from my computer to where I want to go. It says, sanctify ye fast. Joel chapter 1, verse 14. Sanctify ye fast. Call a solemn assembly. Gather the elders and all the inhabitants of the land into the house of Elohim, and do what? What do we do with us together? He wants us to cry to him. Cry to the Most High. Alive for the day. For the day of the Most High is at hand. And as a destruction from the Almighty shall it come. Is not the meat cut off before our eyes? Yea, joy and gladness from the house of our Elohim. The sea is right under their house, clods, the gamers are laid waste. The barns are broken down, for the corn is withered. How did the beast roam? The herds of the cattle are perplexed because they have no pasture. Yea, the flocks of sheep are made desolate. O Most High, to thee will I cry. For the fire has devoured the pastures of the wilderness, and the flames have burned all the trees of the field. The beasts of the fire also unto thee, for the rivers of waters are dried up, and the fire have devoured the pastures of the wilderness. In the ancient times, when our people would experience severe suffering on this level, the magnitude, somewhere even close to what we are experiencing today, how to cry to the Most High to help for their salvation, to come and rescue them from their condition and their situation. But there are so many of us who today, we forgot that ancient art. We don't cry to the Most High. We say, I got this, end up making it worse, making the situation worse. Or we get conniving and slick and we try to find some illegal way to get around what's facing us. When all we needed to do was cry out to this King. You say it's lagging? She says lagging on the screen, so I guess that's what you're getting. But if that is, I would like to think it's because of the weather. But I don't know. I'll just do my best to continue. And then we'll just cut it short at this because we're having so many difficulties.
Joel chapter 2, verse 1. Blow ye the trumpet in Zion, and sound the alarm in my holy mountain. Let all the inhabitants of the land tremble, for the day of the Most High cometh, for it is near at hand. Now, why you keep saying the day of the Most High is coming? The day of the Most High is coming. The Most High has in the scriptures where it says, is there a death in the city that I have not caused? The answer is no. There isn't a death or life in the city that the Most High is allowed to happen. When this death is about to hit the earth happens, don't let nobody tell you that's Satan. Don't let nobody tell you that's Lucifer, because it's not. It's the Most High. The Most is being fed up with the conditions of our people and of the people of this planet. The Most High is fed up with the disrespect we have for him, the disrespect we have for nature, the lack of concern for animals, for plants, for vegetation, and our neighbors, the lack of concern for looking out for each other, providing for each other, helping each other, coming together to make sure that a family gets lifted up and taken care of. The Most High is fed up with us for all this evil that we do. All the women that give themselves to prostitution, laying down with any man, this man and that man and this man, and trying to be men, always walking around here wearing skirts. I'm talking about skirts, female skirts, looking like women, selling themselves, prostituting themselves. This world is wicked. So when that calamity happens, don't blame it on the white man. Don't blame it on the devil. Don't blame it on Lucifer. Blame where it belongs. You blame the Most High. Because the day of the Most High is coming. And that day is going to be a dark and gloomy day. It's going to be a horrific time. Because the Most High knows how to punish us. He is going to allow the oppressor to be successful at his tactics for a period of time until he says enough is enough. And that's all because we ignore him, because we don't give him the best of us. While we're having a decent time, no calamities are upon us. Well, little calamities are upon us in comparison to what's about to fall through the sky. Listen to this. The day of the Most High, it cometh, for it is near at hand. It is a day of darkness and a day of gloominess, a day of clouds and a day of thick darkness. As the wind spread upon the mountains, great people and strong, there have not been ever the like, neither shall be any more after it, even to the years of many generations. Something devastating is about to hit the earth. Know that you heard it. Prince said it. He warned you. But are you preparing for it? And you can't prepare in the manner that you think you can prepare to prevent yourself from it happening to you. But at least you can make preparations by coming together with like-minded people, by getting a community, living together, bearing arms so you can protect yourself with waters and wells and food and stored up and stocked up. And there's so many different ways we can try to make an attempt, a positive attempt, just to let us make it through until the hard times are over. But you are so adapted mentally to the Western way of thinking, you can't do it. You can't leave those cities. You love those cities, but the cities don't love you. A fire devoureth before them, and behold, and behind them a flame burneth. So in the front of you is going to be devastation, and behind you is going to be devastation. So where are you going to go? The land is as a garden of Eden before them. The land is as a garden of Eden, but you ain't paying attention to it. The Garden of Eden is a beautiful thing. The land is as the Garden of Eden before them, and behind them is desolation in the wilderness. Yea, and nothing shall escape them. The appearance of them is as the appearance of a horse or of horses, and as horsemen, so shall they run. Like the noise of chariots on the tops of mountains shall they leap. Like the noise of a flame of fire that devours the stumble, as a strong people set in battle array. Before their face shall be much pained. All faces shall gather blackness. All faces shall gather blackness. They shall run like mighty men. They shall climb the wall like men of war, and they shall march every one on his way, and they shall not break their ranks. Neither shall one thrust another. They shall walk every one on his path, and when they fall upon the sword, they shall not be wounded. This is how it's going to be once we come together and work together and build together, because we have the Most High's protection with us. They shall run to and fro in the city. They shall run upon the wall. They shall climb up upon the houses. They shall enter into the windows like a thief. They're going to be scattering all around the place, trying to get whatever they can get to survive. They're going to be doing whatever they can do for their survival. And a lot of us ain't going to notice what's going on, because we're going to be caught up, wrapped up, killed, hungry, weak, tired, can't get up because we didn't make proper preparations when they was to come. You try to live in your best spirit and be the best you can possibly be, even when harm's hit. You don't want to go out stealing, robbing, and killing, and raping, and murdering, but they will. The adversaries will. And you might be the victim if you're not prepared for it. So prepare your household for warfare, because it's coming. It's coming. The earth shall quake before them, the heavens shall tremble, the sun and the moon shall be dark, and the stars shall fall, the stars shall withdraw their shining, and the Most High shall utter his voice before his army, for his camp is very great. For he is strong that exalted his word. For the day of the Most High is great and very terrible, and who can abide in it? When that time comes, matter of fact, before that time's come, let's go out and start wailing to the Creator. Let's start crying for the Most High for his help, for his salvation. Let's plead with him. We need this. We do. We need this. Joel chapter 2, verse 13, or verse 12. Therefore also now, saith Yahweh, turn ye even to me with all your hearts. That's all he wants from us. It's for us to turn to him with all of our hearts. Stop falling weak to the drugs. Stop falling weak to promiscuity. Stop falling weak to the club and peer pressure. Stop falling weak to those things. The only thing the Most High wants for us is to turn to him. Turn to him. Turn ye even to me with all your mind, and with fasting, and with weeping, and with mourning. That's all we need to do, is turn in the direction of the Most High with fasting, praying, crying, weeping, and mourning. Fill it with the intensity of your soul and ask him to deliver you from your situation. Whatever your current situation is that you know has a hold on you and you can't seem to break it, this is how you break it. When calamities happen to you in your life, this is the remedy. This is how you break it. When the day of destruction comes from the Most High, upon all the land. This is how you reverse that curse so that you don't get swallowed up with the rest of them. Fasting, weeping, and crying and mourning unto your maker, the creator of all creation. But you got to turn with a pure heart, a pure mind, a pure consciousness. Well, that's what the Most High is looking for. And he can detect when you are sincere. Even your prayers and your cries are different when you are sincere about your needs and what you need from him. And rend your heart. Tear your heart, not your garments. Too many of our forefathers walk around and tear up their clothes when they're distressed. They tear their clothes that they're in, but their attitudes remain the same. They don't change the way they think. Therefore, they go out and get new clothes and be the same people doing the same thing all over again, bringing the same type of calamities upon their lives. The Most High said, rend your heart, rend your mind, not your garments. See, when you rend your garment, you change that garment forever, but your mind is still the same. The Most High wants us to change the way we think forever. And a lot of us need that. I would say all of us need that, to change the way we think. Because the way you thought, if you're 35, the way you thought for 35 years got you in the condition you're in today. If you're 47, the way you thought for 47 years got you in the condition today you're in today. If you're 25, the way you thought for 25 years got you in the position that you're in the condition that you're in today. Now, the way we move as a people got us what we get as a people. Our people suffering. Our people the last one hired and the first one fired. Our people in the poverty lines. Our people being missing, being mistreated in the court system, mistreated by the penal system, mistreated all around the board. That's our people. We're suffering horrendously in this nation and all over the earth. Even in China, black man in China suffering. Black man in Brazil suffering. Black man in Jamaica suffering. Black man in England suffering. Black man in Paris suffering. Anywhere our people are, we are suffering. And nobody likes us, everybody despises us, but yet everybody wants to be like us because there's greatness within us. And they see it, we don't see it. What I'm sharing with you, family, is that it is a time for us to cry to this King together. Weep, mourn, cry, fast, fast, fast. Bring affliction upon yourself. Don't wait for the Most High to bring it on you. Bring it upon yourself because enough is enough. And you're fed up with the condition of your children. Your children don't respect the Creator. Your children don't even respect you. How are they going to respect the Most High? They don't even respect themselves, and you know this. But yet you brush it off as if, oh, my children love the Lord. Your children don't love anybody but themselves. And then they don't even love themselves. Because if they love themselves, they would do righteously before the Most High. All your children are worried about is fitting in with this society. And this society is wicked. You know that your children are on a righteous path. You know this. You need to be mourning for them. You need to be weeping for them. You should be crying for them. If your marriage is falling apart, you should be doing the same thing. If you ain't got a job or a decent job paying you enough money that you're happy with your job, you should be doing the same thing. If you're caught up in the court system and you don't know the way out, you should be doing the same thing. I'm telling you, family, whatever your situation may be, there is a power. He's the supreme ruling controller over all things, and he hears you. You have to learn to trust in him. You haven't learned that yet. Sure, you show up on the Shabbat, you wear your fringes, and you don't eat pork. But what's after that? There's so many levels and so many layers after that to be in the good graces of the Most High. And we walk away from 99% of those things. We hold on to that little thing. We wear fringes. We go to Shabbat service and we don't eat pork. And we think that we went in the favor of the Most High. He will smile on you for those things. But there's so much more that he's requiring from you and asking from you and seeking from you that you aren't giving. It's not that you don't have the ability to give it, but you do, but you don't. So the Most High is fed up with us, the way we live our lives. And he's bringing down this calamity upon us because he wants us to get back into proper alignment with him. So what he says for us to do is to rend our hearts and not our garments, and turn unto the Most High, our Elohim. For he is gracious and merciful, slow to anger, great kindness, and repenteth him of the evil. That means that when these negative things begin to take place in your life, if the Most High spares you enough that you can see that your life is out of the proper course, when you turn back to him, he can turn your life back around in the right direction. But you have to mean it in sincerity. And I always teach that one of the ways to get something from the Creator is to give up something. Promise him that you won't do something, or you will stop doing something that you know is displeasing to him. And in exchange, ask him to give you whatever it is that you're desiring. A new mindset, a clean mindset, a better mind, a more cooperative mind. You know, whatever it may be, give him something to get a whole lot. And believe me, in what you give up, it will have no comparison to all the things that he will and can bring into your life. It don't matter what you're giving up. In this little life that you have control over, you can give up anything. But make that covenant with him. And don't go back on your word. Cry out to him, pray to him, fast, mourn to him, and then promise him, enter into a covenant with him and give up something and ask for something in exchange. See what the Creator does. See what he does. For who knoweth if he will return and repent and leave a blessing behind him, even a meat offering and a drink offering unto the Most High, your Elohim? Blow the trumpet in Zion, sanctify a fast, call a solemn assembly, gather the people, come together, family. The Most High has given us all the warnings, all the hints right here in this lesson. But how many of us are taking heed? Gather the people, sanctify the congregation, assemble the elders, gather the children and those that suck the breast. Let the bridegroom go forth to its chamber, and the bride out of her closet. Let the priests, the ministers of Yod-Heh-Wah-Heh, weep between the porch and the altar, and let them say, spare the people, O Yotzer, and give not thy heritage to reproach, that the heathen should rule over us. Wherefore should they say among the people, where is our Elohim? Then will the Most High be jealous for this land and pity his people. Yea, the Most High, Yod-Heh-Wah-Heh, will answer and say unto his people, behold, I will send you corn and wine and oil, and ye shall be satisfied therewith. And I will no more make you a reproach among the heathens. Do you see how we had to do that? What is that? 2 Chronicles chapter 7, verse 14. I believe that's where it is. 2 Chronicles chapter 7, verse 14. If my people who are called by my name would pray and seek my face and humble themselves and turn from their wicked ways, then I will hear their prayers from heaven and I will heal their land. That's all we need to do. And that's the same thing that this is saying. Change the way you think. Rend your mind. Rend your mind. Because obviously the way you've been thinking, how you've been approaching the Most High has been getting you deeper and deeper into trouble and turmoil, suffering and pain, and you don't realize it. The way we think, we got to stop. We have to cease it. And we have to learn to trust in the Most High for his instructions, for his direction. I don't care who you pray to, stop it. And just give an attribute and say, to the true and living power of all creation, I summon you. The true and living power of all creation, I'll humble myself before you. That way you'll never be wrong. The creator of Abraham, Yitzchak, and Yisrael, you will never go wrong. But all these different names, I know you stand behind these names because you believe in these names that you found in this book. What I'm trying to share with you is separate yourself from all that. Don't rely on anything that man has left and go to the Most High, the supreme source and energy himself, and humble yourself before his throne and ask him to help you and your people. And that's what you do. You pray to him, the creator of all creation, because we're perishing in this land. We're suffering in this land. We're being destroyed right before we don't even see it. From the food to the water to the air we breathe. It's devastation all around us. And we're getting so acclimated to it that we don't feel it, don't see it, don't smell it. But it's here and we're dying. Why do you think cancer is at an all-time high right now? So many of our people, innocent, good, loving people, are dying from cancer. And they're going to tell you, well, don't say the word. Why? Get the reality of it needs to hit us. Cancer is destroying us. But I will remove far off from you the northern army and will drive him into a land barren and desolate, with his face toward the east sea, and his hinder parts toward the uttermost sea. And his stink shall come up, and his ill savor shall come up, because he has done great things. What is the Most High saying to us? This mighty hand that rules this place, that we think is too great for us to put in check and put in its proper place. The Most High said, if we cry out to him, he will fight the battle for us. And I don't care what kind of weapon they got. I don't care how much think tanks they have, how many think tanks they have, or what kind of weapons they got. They cannot fight against the Creator because he knows all their weaknesses. They trying to create this thing where AI is now consuming all the water, so we will die. So we won't have water, and they'll have the think tanks running, but we will be dropping off like flies, because without water, you can't survive. The Most High is saying, no matter what they're trying to do to destroy you, if you cry to me, you pray to me, you fast and you mourn to me, and change the way you think toward your brothers, toward your sisters, toward your worship of me, thus saith the Most High, then I will hear your prayers from heaven, I will heal your land, and I will destroy your enemy and take your enemy and kill him. That's what the Creator is saying. But we don't have that kind of trust in the Most High. We don't have that understanding of the Most High because religions have done a number on us. And we don't want to see anybody die. Some people got to die. It's just that simple. And the Most High says that he's going to do all things because this entity, this heathen, was wicked. He says, fear not, O land, be great and rejoice, for the Most High will do great things. Yoel 2:22. He says, be not afraid, beasts of the fields, for the pastures of the wilderness do spring. For the tree beareth her fruit. The fig tree and the vine do yield their strength. He says, be glad then, ye children of Zion, and rejoice in the Most High, your Elohim, Ha Elohim. For he has given you the former rain moderately, and he will cause to come down from you the rain, the former rain, and the latter rain in its first month. Is my computer up? She just kicked me out, y'all. Wait a minute. All right. Yoel chapter 2, verse 22. Let me go get on my own computer. Take your stuff with you, because ain't no telling when you're coming back. Well, you might have to come get me because it's muddy out there. Yoel chapter 2, verse 22. Let me go get on my computer and get something that ain't going to leave me like my wife leaving me all by myself. You got it? Well, let me see if I can get on first. Yeah. Yeah, well, you can have your computer. Turn your mic on. I can't. Oh, you got my camera off. Okay. All right. Let's rock and roll, family. Let's see if we can get this done. My wife is abandoning me. I'm about to take some applications. I ain't got nobody to help me. What'd I say, 22? Yes. Yoel chapter 2, verse 22. It says, be not afraid, ye beasts of the fields, for the pastures of the wilderness do spring. For the tree beareth her fruit, the fig tree and the vine do yield their strength. It says, be glad then, ye children of Zion, and rejoice in the Most High, your Ha Elohim. For he has given you the former rain moderately, and he will cause to come down for you the rain and the former rain and the latter rain in the first month. And the floor shall be full of wheat, and the fat shall overflow with wine and oil. The Most High is letting us know that if we would but cry unto him, that he would hear our cries. If we would but change our condition, the way we think and our mindset, that he will return us back and put us in the rightful place again. And the floor shall be full of wheat, and the fat shall overflow with wine and oil. And I will restore to you the years that the locusts have eaten, the cankerworm and the caterpillar, and the palmerworm. Wow. So this thing is cutting up, and I don't understand why. And I will restore you the years that the locust has eaten, the cankerworm and the caterpillar and the palmerworm, my great army which I sent among you. See, the Most High brought that destruction on us. He did it. And you shall eat in plenty and be satisfied and praise the name of Yahweh Ha Elohim, that have dealt wondrously with you, and my people shall never be ashamed. Wow. These are the words of the Most High. And he's telling us how to reverse the curse that we're in. He's telling us how. We have to trust in him and his instructions and live according to his truth. Therefore, we'll know how to reverse this curse. And ye shall know that I am in the midst of Yisrael, and that I am Yahweh Ha Elohim, and none else, and my people shall never be ashamed. It's important that he put that none else there,
because a lot of us want to tie other things and say that they're the creator. And the Most High is saying there is none else. It's only me, it's only one. No one else. And it shall come to pass afterwards that I will pull out my spirit upon all flesh. Listen, listen. It shall come to pass afterwards that I will pull out my spirit upon all flesh, and your sons and your daughters shall prophesy. Your old men shall dream dreams. Your young men shall see visions. And also upon the servants and upon the handmaidens in those days will I pull out my spirit. And I will show wonders in the heavens and in the earth, blood and fire and pillars of smoke. The sun shall be turned into darkness and the moon into blood before the great and the terrible day of the Most High before he comes. And it shall come to pass that whosoever shall call on the name of Yod-Heh-Wah-Heh shall be delivered. What? When that day of destruction comes, you don't have to believe that this guy was the Son of God and he died and was raised from the grave on the third day. You ain't got to believe in that stuff, those fairy tales anymore. The Most High says, it shall come to pass that whosoever shall call on the name of Yod-Heh-Wah-Heh shall see salvation, shall be delivered. For in Mount Zion and in Jerusalem shall be deliverance, as the Most High have said, and in the remnant whom the Most High shall call. For behold, in those days, Joel chapter 3, verse 1, in those days and in that time when I shall bring again the captivity of Yehudah and Jerusalem, I will also gather all nations and will bring them down into the valley of Jehoshaphat and will plead with them. Why? For my people and for my heritage, Israel, whom they have scattered among all nations and parted my lands. The Father is letting us know some key things here. He's letting us know that the Europeans have scattered us, the enemies have scattered us throughout the earth. Esau have assisted in the scattering too, have scattered us throughout the earth. We are in all nations. But the Most High sees this, and he's going to bring us home again. And he's going to plead with them for my people and for my heritage, Israel, whom they have scattered among the nations and parted my lands. And they have cast lots for my people. Remember the movies we used to see, on the books we used to see, in the literature we used to see, where they had the auction blocks and they were bidding on us. And some of them will win, take us home and make us their personal slaves. That's what the Father's talking about. They have cast lots for my people and have given a boy for a harlot, and so the girl for wine, that they might drink. For they have made a boy for a harlot. They have given a boy for a harlot. They have given a boy for a harlot. If you got any children, you might want to put your fingers in their ears right now, unless you want them to hear this raw truth. When they made our people slaves, they would take our boys, the biggest, the strongest young men, and they would molest them. And they would take and molest them as their personal slaves,
and molest them quite frequently, turn them in the house, what they call house niggas, molest them in the house, or they will sell them and auction them off to other men to have sex with little boys. That's what they would do with us as children in our youth. That's how they oppressed us. But the key to all of this, family, that I want you to know, it hasn't stopped yet. They're still doing this. It's just not in the large numbers that it used to be in, but they're still doing this to our young men today. Every young man that's missing, they're not all dead. A lot of them are being sex trafficked to other men. This world is tore up. And you can't even imagine in most instances how bad it is out here in these streets, how wicked this world really is. But the Most High sees it. He knows it, and he knows that his time is up. It's time to bring down his wrath. The wickedness of this world goes a whole lot deeper than the average one of us thinks or imagine. Imagine the most wicked, hideous crime that you can think against humanity and multiply that by 10. And you'll be close to the realities of this world that we're living every day. I seen a video some years ago about a young black girl, looked like she was in the Philippines somewhere. I don't know where she was at. I just had the video. It's on my page if you scroll down about 5 years ago. And this black girl was on the ground. They had the camera looking in her face while she was looking at the camera, while they bust her repeatedly in the head with a club, these Filipino men. Just bust her and beat her to death with a club. What will possess a person to do that to another individual, to another human being? Why? And it was a woman at that. It wasn't like he was out at war and this person killed all his men and his family and all. It was a simple woman who had on shorts and a halter top, a black woman, a woman of color. And they had her on the video and just repeatedly bust her in the head with a club till they split her head wide open. Her brains was on the ground. And they showed us on the video. What will possess a person to do this? This world is 1,000 times wickeder than what you could imagine in your nightmares, in your dreams. The reality of what's going on that you are not aware of is hideous. And the majority of this wickedness is being directed on the Most High's people, on us. See, you living that good life right now and don't even know you're living a good life. You got a roof over your head for the most part of us. We got a couple dollars in the bank. We got a nice little car, a nice little whip we driving. We can go in the house and change our clothes when we want. But there's a lot of people, that's not their reality. A lot of our people live in the gutters, the real gutters in the subway stations, underneath of the where you be standing waiting for your train in the morning. There's a whole lot of people lined up under there sleeping because that's the only place they got to live that's halfway safe. They'll come out and go to a McDonald's or a Wendy's or somewhere in the daytime and wash up in the bathroom and take a bath. This world is wicked, family. It's a horrible world we're living in. But a lot of you have been shielded from it because you've been desensitized toward it. You see a homeless man on the street, you look at him, look at his bum. I see a homeless person on the street, I'm looking at how I could possibly help him. What can I do to help that individual? And you got to be careful because a lot of the people that's on the streets are mentally ill. A lot of them are mentally ill. They'll take you somewhere, you call yourself helping them, they smiling, they talking all intelligent, and then they'll kill you and take your little bit of belongings because to them it's about survival. So you got to be careful what you do with individuals because they're in need. This world is wicked, horrifically wicked, and the Most High knows it, and the Most High sees it. They have cast lots for my people, Joel chapter 3, verse 3, and have given a boy for an inheritance for a harlot, and sold a girl for wine, that they might drink. Yea, and what have ye to do with me, O Tyre and Sidon, and all the coast of Palestine? Will ye render me a recompense? And if ye recompense me swiftly and speedily, will I return your recompense upon your own head? Because you have taken my silver and my gold, my zahab. You have taken my silver, kesef, and my gold, zahab, out of my temple. My goodly pleasure things. The children also of Yahudah and the children of Yerushalayim have ye sold unto the Grecians, that ye might remove them far from their borders. Behold, I will raise them out of the place whither you have sold them, and will return your recompense upon your head. Those who we have been serving as slaves, they shall become our slaves. They shall serve us in the future. Behold, and they know this, so this is why they do everything they can do to prevent this from happening. I will raise them out of the place whither you have sold them, and will return your recompense upon your head. And I will sell your sons and your daughters into the hands of the children of Judah, and they shall sell them to the Sabians, to a people far off, for the Most High have spoken it. Proclaim ye this thing among the Gentiles, prepare for war. Gentiles, prepare for war. Israel, prepare to meet your Maker. Proclaim ye this among the Gentiles, prepare for war. Wake up the mighty men. Let all the men of war draw near. Let them come up. See if they can beat the Most High. Beat your plowshares into swords and your pruning hook into spears. Let the weak say, I am strong. Assemble yourselves and come, ye heathens. Come all ye heathens, and gather yourselves together round about. Thither cause thy mighty ones to come down, O Yotzer. Let the heathens be awakened and come up unto the valley of Jehoshaphat, for there will I sit to judge all the heathens round about. Put ye in the sickles, for the harvest is ripe. Come, get ye down, for the press is full, and the fat overfloweth, for their wickedness is great. The Most High says their wickedness is great. The Most High says their wickedness is great. It far exceeds any wickedness that you have ever done as a person. Far exceeds past that. Multitudes in the valleys of decisions. For the day of the Most High is near in the valley of decisions. The sun and the moon shall be awakened, shall be darkened, and the stars shall withdraw their shinings. Yohei shall roar out of Zion and utter his voice from Yerushalayim. The heavens and the earth shall shake, but the Most High will be the hope of his people and the strength of the children of Israel. Who is our strength? Yohei is our strength. He shall be the strength of Israel. So shall ye know that I am Yohei Ha Elohim, dwelleth in Zion, my holy mountain. Then shall Yerushalayim be holy, and there shall no stranger pass through her anymore. So all these homosexual gay parades that you see that they have in our land shall cease to exist. And it shall come to pass in that day that the mountains shall drop dew, new wine, and the hills shall flow with milk,
and all the rivers of Yahudah shall flow with water, and a fountain shall come forth out of the house of the Most High, and shall water the valleys of Shittim. Egypt shall be a desolation, and Edom shall be a desolate wilderness for the violence against the children of Yehudah, because they have shed innocent blood in their land. For Yehudah shall dwell forever, and Yerushalayim for generations to generations. For I will cleanse their blood that I have not cleansed, for from Yod-Heh-Wah-Heh dwelleth in Zion. For Yod-Heh-Wah-Heh dwelleth in Zion. May the Most High be praised. Praise ye the name of the Most High from everlasting to everlasting. Shabbat shalom, everyone. Shalom, Prince. Shalom, you read it. Yakia ba Asher. Shalom. Do you acknowledge the fast of the 4th month, the 5th month, and the 10th month? Zechariah 8:19. I had once began a journey to locate those fasts and to see what they were. And I don't acknowledge them, but I'm not against them. We had actually began a journey to find out what these fasts were. And it's been so long that I don't even recall. But I do remember one of the fasts has something to do with our liberation from captivity. And we set up a fast and began to celebrate one of those fasts. I don't remember, but I think we had 2 or 3 of them pinned in. But I've never done them. I've never subscribed to them. But I'm not opposed to it. If we decide to do that as a people, then we can do that. I'm not opposed to it. May the Most High be praised. I don't know about y'all, but I am sick of this place. Absolutely. May the Most High be praised. Let's get our Father's attention. Just how children get their parents' attention. Absolutely. And on time, encouraging messages for us all. Yes, yes, yes. May the Most High be praised. Brother Benjamin, Shabbat Shalom, bro. May the Most High be with you. All right. Are there any questions or comments, family? Therefore, pray not thou for this people, neither lift up a cry or prayer for them, for I will not hear them in the time that they cry unto me for all of their troubles. Stand up for yourselves and please and to please deliver us. Cause at some point we have to get tired enough of them doing this to us and to our children. This is absolutely correct. We need our own produce on our own land. All right, produce. Psalms 8 and 7. All right. Are there any questions, any comments, family? Are there any questions or any comments about anything that you've heard today? Anything that we've discussed thus far? And the only reason why I keep asking over and over, because there is a lag, and I know that a lot of people see what happens is when you join late, the computer picks you up where you at, and you already starting the lesson. We didn't already start the lesson 5 minutes ago, but you came in 5 minutes late, so you're 5 minutes late on the advertisement and how in the real life, how everything is moving. You're behind the scene. So when you hear something and you think that is live, it's not live because you were late. It's past tense. We're way past that now. So you'll text something in and we'll get it right now, but it was 30 minutes ago, 40 minutes ago when we talked and had that discussion. So it's very important that we meet here at 11 o'clock, everybody. Even if you don't want to participate, just turn your computer on so that you'll be part of the live broadcast and you'll be up to date with everything that's being said as is being said. All right? So I take it that we don't have any other comments or questions at this time. We're going to close out because we're having so much difficulty and the weather is raining here. It's raining again, and it's preventing us from being able to do the things we need to do. Let me see if Ima has anything to say. Ima, did you have something you wanted to say?
I didn't know if you wanted me to do announcements.
Okay, yeah, go ahead. Do it if there are any announcements.
After prayer.
Oh, I got a question. I can wait till you finish. Go ahead.
No, I was asking after prayer. You said it's breaking up, so I couldn't hear you.
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying. Do your announcements now.
Okay. All right. I just wanted to remind everyone, if you have anybody interested in our school, our open house for pre-K to high school is July 28th, 2026 at 7 p.m. We are now accepting applications, and Creator willing, we will be have our full accreditation by then and able to accept the Georgia Promise Scholarship. We will be via Zoom, so if you would like that information, you definitely can email text myself or my Ish, and we'll get you that information, or visit any of our social media sites. We'll have the flyers and everything going up this weekend. Okay. Safe.
Which day is the open house?
Tuesday, July 28th at 7 p.m.
Okay, very well. May the Most High be praised. Any other questions or comments?
No.
All right. Is there anybody who would like to close us out in prayer? Is there anyone who wants to close us out in prayer?
I can do it if nobody comes on.
All right, let me address the question that was on the floor.
Okay.
Maisha has a question. How do you get over the frustration of asking the Most High when we will be delivered? How much longer? Well, it's going to be done in His time.
Mm-hmm.
So as far as getting over the frustration, learn to accept that the Most High does what He wills at His perfect timing. All right? All right, any other questions, any other comments? Any other questions or comments, family? Do we have any volunteers to close us out in prayer? All right, Emma, I guess you got it.
Okay.
Give me a second to get the little shofar.
All glory, all honor, all praises unto our Creator. We come to you, O Most High, humbly, O Most High, asking for your permission to approach up to you. Most Holy One, O Creator, we thank you, O Most High, for allowing us to come before you. We ask, O Most High, that you forgive us for any uncleanliness that we may possess, O Most High. Most High, we also ask of you, forgive us for all of our sins and iniquities, Creator, those known and unknown, and show us our way, O Most High, to correct our sins, to not repeat them, Creator. We ask, O Most High, that you be with all of your shining four corners of the earth, if it be your will, O Most High. Be with those who are in the prison houses unjustly, O Most High. Be with those who are in the sick beds. Be with the elders, O Most High. Be with the fatherless and the widow and the motherless, O Most High. Be with the unsheltered, O Most High, if it be your will. Be with all those who are abused, O Most High, in this time, in the elderly homes, in the psychiatric homes, in schools, in prisons, in hospitals, in their private homes, in work environments, O Creator. Give them the strength, O Most High, to stand up and fight back. Give the family the insight to remove them, O Creator, and find them adequate care if possible. Most High, we come before you. We ask that you be with all those who are seeking you earnestly, O Most High, but truly don't know the way to find you, O Creator. But in their heart, they are crying out, O Most High, for you, for guidance, for protection. Most High, we ask that you be with all of our leaders, O Most High, in this walk. Be with them, O Creator. Continue to help them to be righteous before you, O Most High, to be righteous before the people, to do the things that they have been ordained to do, O Most High, not just for themselves and their families, but for the people that they lead, for the people that they unknowingly mentor, O Creator. Be with the women, O Most High. Strengthen us, O Most High, in the things that you know we're supposed to do, O Most High. Allow us to rise to the divinity that you have already set before us, O Most High, and allow us to remove the things, the Western mindsets, things to keep us, O Most High, from going before you and doing the job that you have designed for us to do, O Creator. Be with all of our children, O Creator, as a nation, as a community, O Creator. Be with them, guide them, and protect them. As we, as their parents, show them the way, O Most High. At some point, they come to you, O Creator, for guidance. And they choose and they decide, O Creator. Be with them, O Most High, in this wicked world. Most High, be with our elders, elderly parents, our aunts, our uncles, our cousins, our siblings. Be with our elders. Allow them to continue to live, O Most High, in good health and great health. Be with the elders of our communities, O Most High. Allow us to continue to sit at their feet, O Most High, and honor the wisdom that they possess, O Creator. Shield them, O Most High. If they feel an ailment, O Most High, heal them, O Most High, or allow them to gain the healing that they need, O Most High. Most High, continue to show us the path. Continue to open our path, O Most High. That if we walk to the right or the left, O Most High, that you steer us straight forward, O Creator. You know our hearts, O Most High. Sometimes we do veer off, but in you, O Most High, we know we'll continue to walk straight. Most High, be with all those who are carrying in the womb, O Most High, at this time. Allow those babies to come forth, O Most High, in this nation and be great people, O Most High. Great leaders, great servants, O Most High. To have a great heart, righteous mind, O Most High. To walk this path, O Most High, that has been set before them. Most High, be with all those who are mourning at this time, O Most High. Grief has no expiration date, O Most High. And sometimes we don't even realize we're grieving until it's just there upon us. Be with all of us on this side. Be with all those who just can't get it together on this side mentally. They're confused. They're lost. Be with those who are addicted to so many different things, oh Creator, outside of just drugs, but so many different things, addictions, oh Creator, and pull us from who we're supposed to be. Move those addictions if it be your will, oh Creator. Most High, we ask that you be with our hands, our minds, our feet, our bodies. Be with us as we continue to move forward and build upon what you have given us, oh Most High. Whether it be this land or any other, oh Creator, you allow us to be fruitful, multiply in the process of the land, building a garden, building these schools, these houses, oh Most High, providing places of education, worship, healing, oh Most High, providing solace for our people, refuge. Continue to protect us in these gates, oh Creator, that you have placed around us, the physical ones we see and the invisible ones, oh Most High, that we feel. We thank you, we honor and we glorify your high and holy name. All that you have given us, we are truly and humbly appreciative, oh Most High. And there can never be any words, enough words almost, to thank you in totality. But we begin every day by saying, thank you, Creator. Thank you. We all say, Todo Rabah, Abi, Abi, Todo Rabah, Rabah.
May the Most High be praised.
May the Most High be praised.
Toda Rabah, Abi, Kikoyo Otanu, Abi, Toda Rabah. So alak lanu kitot anu osim lifneata, Abi. Forgive us all of our sins that we commit before thee. Nah, Abi, please, Father. Nah, Abi. Poteat lavim. Poteat lavim. Open up our minds, open up our hearts, so we can receive your truth. Tain la nu derik shelka. Teach us your ways, Creator. Asher naknu hosim biametika, that we may all walk in your truth. Kaya, for life. Toda Rabah, Abi. Thank you, Father. Toda Rabah. Are there any questions, family? Any comments, family? All right, let's close it out, Imam. Thank you all for coming out today. Thank you all for being a part of the broadcast as we reach out to our people to educate our people on the ways of life and how to draw closer to the Most High King. Toda Rabah.
Beulah land at Temple Kefar Yim.
This is for the people in the front and the back. We had a lot to do, you know you got a lot on your plate.
We are Beulah land at Temple Kefar Yim, a community, a school, a family of faith working to build something greater together. Our mission is simple but powerful: to restore, to teach, and to grow. Here at Beulah land, we bring together the vision of Temple Kefar Yim with hands-on action.
You got it, yeah, you got it.
Through our Goshen Hebrew Academy, we teach our children the Hebrew language, history, and principles that ground us in our faith. We celebrate Shabbat services and holy days with joy, keeping our culture and traditions alive for generations to come. Our work also reaches beyond the classroom. We focus on community growth, agriculture, training, and safety, building a place where families can learn, worship, and thrive. The name Beulah land comes from scripture, representing covenant, renewal, and a people restored to their land and purpose. That is exactly what we are doing here, restoring faith, culture, and community life. But we can't do it alone. If our mission speaks to your heart, we invite you to support us. You can give through Cash App or PayPal at Build Yisrael, or learn more at www.goshenhebrewacademytemplekefaryim.org. Feel free to contact us at beulahland@templekefaryim@gmail.com. You can also subscribe to our YouTube channel and even become a member to stay connected and help spread our message of faith and restoration.
But it's kind of tough. It all could change up in a minute. As fast as change clothes after